Disclaimer. This show is for discussion and entertainment purposes only. The Finding Gnosis Show is a platform for open discussion, exploration, and opinion sharing. The views expressed by hosts, guests, and participants are personal opinions and do not constitute professional, medical, legal, or financial advice. All topics discussed are only intended to spark curiosity, entertain, and encourage independent thought. If any subject interests you, we strongly advise conducting your own thorough research using reliable and professional sources. Critical thinking and due diligence is key. Stay curious, stay informed, be well, be lucky, and don't be an arsehole.
Hello, just waiting for somebody to come on. If you want to, welcome. This is the Finding Gnosis show. We are waiting for somebody to come on to start the show. Link is in the live chat, or it should be. Hopefully. We're waiting for you.
One of the most common ways to dismiss an idea is to say, it's just a coincidence. But how do we know if something really is a coincidence? It's something that even scientists struggle with. When you think of a scientist, you probably imagine a very logical person, someone who accepts facts and observation above all else. But that's not always the case. Let me show you what I mean. Try to remember the first time you looked at a picture of the Earth. You probably noticed that it looked a lot like pieces of a jigsaw puzzle that fit together. They look like this because at one point, they were all connected in one supercontinent called Pangaea about 100 million years ago. And over time, the pieces broke apart and moved away from each other to create the world as we see it today. This idea is called continental drift. This seems obvious to us now, but there was a time when it wasn't obvious to everyone, and it wasn't obvious to most scientists. In the early 1900s, almost no one believed that continents could move or shift around. To explain this, many scientists believe that there was once a huge bridge of land that connected Africa and South America, a bridge that somehow disappeared without a trace. But a German geophysicist named Alfred Wegener believed that Africa and South America seemed to fit together like puzzle pieces precisely because they were connected at one point in one huge mass of land. To test his theory, Wegener looked at the rocks and fossils on the coasts of Africa and South America, and he found that they were remarkably similar. In 1912, he published his findings in his theory of continental drift. You'd think that the scientific community embraced all this evidence, but they didn't. Most scientists dismissed it as just a coincidence. In fact, the idea was so controversial, and scientists were so threatened by Wegener's findings that the American Association of Petroleum Geologists held a forum for the sole purpose of trying to tear down the continental drift theory, all because it didn't fit their worldview. Think about that for a second. Scientists, people we expect to be logical and driven by facts, all got together to reject an idea just because they didn't like it, even though there was a huge amount of evidence to support that it was true. And they did this even though it's something so obvious that even a child could notice. It wasn't until the 1950s, almost 40 years later, that the scientific opinion began to change, and the scientific community began to accept Wegener's continental drift concept. What this shows is that the fact that South America and Africa look like puzzle pieces that fit together wasn't a coincidence at all. The history of science is filled with examples just like this, and this alone should make us skeptical whenever so-called experts dismiss something as just a coincidence. In the words of the Nobel Prize-winning physicist Percy Williams Bridgman, coincidence is what you have left over after you've applied a bad theory. And this shouldn't be all that surprising, because according to German philosopher Arthur Schopenhauer, all truth passes through 3 stages. First, it's ridiculed. Second, it's violently opposed. And third, it's accepted as self-evident. And what this suggests is that we should be very careful about immediately dismissing things as mere coincidence. And it also has important implications for many of the things we experience in our everyday lives, things we might be tempted to dismiss as just a coincidence. Take, for example, the real-life story of Paul Gratchen. Paul had just started dating a woman named Esther, and he was thinking about asking her to be his girlfriend. He was standing in a deli, paying for a sandwich, when he noticed a dollar bill with the name Esther on it. How strange, he thought to himself, that the name Esther would appear at the exact moment he was thinking of their relationship. For some reason, he decided not to spend it, and instead, he took the bill home with him, something he would never normally do. He decided that this dollar bill would be a funny gift for Esther, and so he put it in a frame, and he gave it to her on the day that he planned to ask her to make the relationship official. But when Esther unwrapped the frame with the dollar bill inside, she didn't laugh. She was absolutely speechless. As she stared at the dollar bill, she seemed shocked and confused. After some silence, Paul told her that it wasn't quite the reaction he was hoping for. He asked her if something was wrong. Esther replied that everything was fine, and she happily agreed to date Paul exclusively. 2 years went by without any mention of the dollar bill. They grew closer, and Paul eventually proposed to Esther. They got married. And it wasn't until they moved into their new home together that Paul saw the dollar bill again. He was surprised that Esther had kept the dollar after all this time. It was only then that Esther finally revealed why she reacted the way she did to the bill all those years ago. It turns out that when she was 19 years old, she was in an unhappy relationship. It was ending, and in the middle of that breakup, she remembers thinking that she wasn't sure if true love was even real. She decided to leave her fate in the hands of the universe. She took 10 different $1 bills, and on each of them, she wrote her name. She said to herself, "If I'm meant to find my true love, then one of these bills will end up in the hands of the man I will marry." And so when Paul gave her the dollar bill with her name on it, in that moment, she knew that she would marry him. But she didn't want to reveal this so early in their relationship. It's an astonishing and unlikely story. And as of today, Paul and Esther have been married for more than 19 years, and they have 3 children together. Greg Lavoie once said, "When you're on the right path, the universe winks and nods at you from time to time, just to let you know. And once you start noticing these little cosmic clues, once you understand that you're on a path at all, you'll begin to see them everywhere." These clues are what Swiss psychologist Carl Jung called synchronicity. In 1952, Jung published a paper explaining that in the same way that we can connect events by cause and effect, we can also connect them by meaning. Synchronicity happens when there's a meaningful coincidence. And we find it when an event in the world coincides meaningfully with a thought or feeling in the mind. Often, this happens when you're thinking of something, and then almost instantly, you notice something else that's connected to what you were just thinking or feeling. Like what happened when Paul Gratchen found himself thinking about Esther and immediately noticing a dollar bill with her name on it. Why does this happen? Jung believed that life is not a series of random events, but rather an expression of a deeper order, which he called unus mundus. In fact, Jung's concept of unus mundus bears a striking similarity to Pythagoras' idea that everything in the universe is connected by a basic structure of numbers. According to Jung, we're all connected within a network that gives us a sense of universal wholeness. And this realization is more than just an intellectual exercise, it's a spiritual awakening. Jung says that synchronicity plays a role similar to that of dreams, and its purpose is to shift our conscious thinking to connect with this greater universal awareness. Jung is careful to point out that he's not denying that coincidences can happen, but at the same time, we also have to admit that there are some coincidences that are connected so meaningfully that their chances of happening would be so unlikely, so improbable, that they're virtually impossible to explain. And it's for this reason that we shouldn't ignore synchronicities when they happen. We should pay careful attention to them. Here's another common example. If you dream about someone one night and the next day you run into that same person, you should ask yourself, why is this person coming into my life at this moment? What does this mean, and what's the message I'm supposed to draw? This takes us into a realm beyond the material world, and it implies a deeper and unseen order in the universe. Because in a much broader sense, our whole universe and life itself can be thought of as an almost impossible coincidence. Many scientists have pointed out that the physical laws we see all around us seem to be perfectly arranged in just the right way in order to support life as we know it. We also know that there are mathematical constants in nature all around us, like the speed of light and the strength of gravity. And all of these numbers seem to be just right for our universe to contain life. If they were just a little bit different, the universe would collapse, or it wouldn't have the right chemical elements needed for stars or planets to form. It's a question worth asking. Is it just a coincidence that the laws of nature and the mathematical constants we see in the universe happen to be exactly the way they are, and that they just so happen to be arranged in a way that makes it possible to support life? This has led to what many scientists have called the idea of the fine-tuned universe. And if we go even deeper, we find another type of synchronicity that shows up in relation to numbers. According to numerology, when you see numbers that keep appearing in your life over and over in different situations and in different ways, it's not an accident. It's happening for a reason. In much the same way that a recurring dream can be understood as a message from your subconscious mind, a number that you keep seeing in your life can be understood as a message from the universe. But whether or not you take advantage of that message is entirely up to you. In numerology, these recurring numbers are called angel numbers, and they can give valuable clues into the opportunities that already exist all around you. If you stay with me, In a future video, we'll go deeper into what these angel numbers mean, how to spot them, and what they reveal.
Hello, everybody. Welcome. Finding Gnosis here. If you'd like to come on and say whatever you want, the link is in the live chat. So do avail of it. If you have a conversational itch you'd like to scratch, yes, the link is in the chat. I was just watching that video, random video on synchronicity. Yeah. Okay. It was brought up in the last live. Hillary's emails says, what are we worrying about and what should we be doing? Who knows? But we could talk about the recent shooting in Minnesota if you want to give your take on it. That nurse Pretty. What happened there? Who's at fault? Divine Hazel's here. Good to have you. Brother Marcus, thank you. Ricardo. Yerf Dogs. Link is in the chat if you want to come on. Yeah. So, what's going on in the world at large? Venezuela's acting leader says she's had enough of US orders. Okay, there you go. Venezuela has had enough of taking orders from the Trump administration. The country's acting leader has said just weeks after Washington claimed she would run the country under their instruction. Delcy Rodriguez assumed the role of president earlier this month after US specials captured Nicolas Maduro in a dramatic overnight raid, plunging the country into chaos. Enough already of Washington's orders over politicians in Venezuela. Let Venezuelan politics resolve our differences and its internal conflicts. Enough of foreign powers, she told oil workers in Puerto La Cruz City, according to state-run channel Venezolana de Televisión. Caracas has remained under pressure from Washington following months of military buildup near the country and attacks on Venezuelan ships in the Caribbean Sea. In the wake of Mr. Maduro's capture, Donald Trump declared that the US was going to run Venezuela, but afterwards he appeared to back down, giving his backing to Ms. Rodriguez to take office as an interim leader. Okay. So she says she's had enough. Well, we'll see how that develops. Interesting. What can she do about it? Not much, I'd say. Not much. Okay, so there's about 15 or so if you're watching live on YouTube. Surely one of you will click on the link to come on here and save the show from a certain death. Let's have a look at the BBC World News. Israel says it has retrieved remains of final Gaza hostage. Border Patrol commander to leave Minneapolis as Trump deploys new official to lead the immigration crackdown there. Okay. New Iran videos show bodies piled in hospitals and snipers on the roof. On roofs, sorry. At least 20 killed as US winter storm brings power outages and flight cancellations. Nigerian officers to face trial over coup plot allegations. Right. We have Mr. America Zombie. Good to have you on the show, sir. It's good to get the show started. And it is yourself who's done it. So, Mr. American Zombie, what would you like to say about the world and what is going on at the moment from your vantage point?
It's a show, man. Bread and circuses, right?
Bread and circuses for the peasants. It does seem that way. It does seem that way. Bro, what is your view on what's happening in Minnesota? I mean, the latest one, Nurse Pretty. What happened there? I mean, he was shot 9 or 10 times, right? I looked at the BBC verified footage, and they basically made it sound like it was, you know, a complete, well, literal overkill, for no good reason. He didn't have a gun out. It wasn't in his hands. And they'd already pepper sprayed him, had him on the ground. He wasn't a threat to them. There were about 9 or 10 of them around him, wasn't there? So it does seem like it was over the top. Dare I say, an execution. Scary stuff. Now, there will be people who won't agree with me. And I also I've heard another version of events, and that is they saw the gun, someone shouted gun, because the gun was on his holster or whatever. One of the feds shouted gun, and basically he grabbed it and pulled it away. And as he pulled it away, he fired the gun. So he fired Nurse Pretty's gun. And basically the story is the other feds panicked because someone had shouted gun, pulled it away, and it fired, and they thought maybe he was firing it. I mean, do you believe that, American Zombie? What do you think is going on? Hello to Objective Ethics. What do you think is going on there, American Zombie? I can't hear you, bro, if you are speaking. American Zombie, can you hear us? Does anybody else want to come on and give their version of events, what they think is happening in Minnesota, and what did happen with Nurse Pretty? Sorry, can you hear us, American Zombie?
Yeah, I had to just grab something for a second. I mean, I look at it, I jumped on, I heard you say save the show. I said, oh, we must save the show. This is the same people.
Thank you.
This is the same people that told me growing up Christopher Columbus discovered America. These are the people that tell me governments that genocide people are good. And when I look at the average citizen, even considering believing what the government says, it just confirms that a lot of people aren't even on a mature adult level of thinking. You know, you don't find it odd that the first person in Minnesota to get killed, the last name was Good, and then this guy Pretty, right? Pretty Good. You don't
Pretty
find
good. It is. It's just a weird.
Right? You don't think it couldn't be something like that, right? It couldn't be something like that. They couldn't be that dirty, right? It just couldn't. The British government, the American government, the Canadian, they couldn't be that dirty. And I think that's where people are living in Fantasy Island. Good to see you, Divine Hazel. Always a pleasure. Always. If you had a wife or a spouse, man or woman, if a man's married to a woman, woman's married to a guy, and that spouse cheated on you, would you believe them again?
No.
All right, now let's just say you stay together for the sake of the kids or something, and they cheat on you again, and they lie, and you don't believe it, but you stay with them. And then you get used to looking at these lies as just something that's normal. That's what information coming from any government is to the citizen. The citizen is the person that's been cheating on, abused repeatedly, and they still believe the government. I mean, I look at this as a soap opera. That's what's going on in Minnesota. It's a soap opera in a country that is run by lunatics.
Some would say that's an extremely radical view, and surely there are some members of government who have good intentions. Surely.
None. That's the misnomer. when I used to travel through the Caribbean and I would see the Queen of England's picture on money, I didn't look at that as a human being. I looked at it as something demonic. Any pictures of people you see on these things. I mean, when you think about Minnesota, it looks like a show. You know, the first lady, her last name is Good. I found that a little odd. I said, that's kind of odd. So Good got killed, huh? It's kind of odd. Then when I saw this guy's name was Pretty, I said, you gotta be kidding me. You have to be kidding me.
Right. So
yeah.
What's the latest? I mean, he's changing the commander, the immigration commander there. I heard he's also say he backed down a bit. He said, look, ICE are going to leave there soon. Is that right? Or have you been paying attention?
Well, look at it. Well, look at it like this. If this was World War II and something happened atrocious in France and Hitler said, well, we're going to put in some new commanders. This is exactly the same scenario. Do you really believe these people?
I mean, a commander coming from Hitler is still a commander coming from Hitler, isn't it? Yeah,
and it's the same thing as this coming from Trump, Tony Blair, any one of these people from a so-called modern country. Because you don't have to be Western to be modern. And you don't have to be civilized to have technology. That's what people don't realize. There is no civilization. Western civilization is a myth. When we look at to be civil, am I correct? Or if I'm not, please correct me. Isn't that to treat each other with civility, with compassion, with caring? Isn't that what civil means, right? I don't see that in any country. I don't see that in any country. You will always find people that are treated horribly, but yet they'll be quick to say they're civilized because what? They have a flushing toilet? You see,
people paint a very bleak picture of
no. If reality is bleak, then that's what it is. Don't blame me for
yeah. No, I'm not arguing against it. I'm just saying I'm describing what you're doing. Do you see there being any hope for the future for humanity, given where we are at? And you know, the worrying situation is if you think power is this corrupt. Well, power has never been in a position to have such effect on individuals' lives than it does at the moment with the development of AI, super surveillance, etc., and the clamping down on communications online. I mean, is this the end game?
It's not the end game. You see, this is the thing. When we don't look at human origins through a real lens, everything starts to become very pixelated. The answer could be in front of your face, but you'll never realize it because you've already brainwashed yourself. Like if we see something spectacular, people are running to hear what the government, the same people that have lied to them for their whole lives, to see what they have to say about it, instead of trying to think for themselves and figure out what is really going on.
Okay, so I'm interested. This is interesting because basically, you believe evolution is a lie.
No, I don't believe it's a lie.
You know it is. You know it is.
The science is shown. It's like saying, hey, you telling me, there are some humans that can breathe underwater, not hold their breath, but they can breathe underwater. And I'm like, okay. Could I see the proof of this? And you show me a bone that matches other human bones. And you say, yeah, but this bone is connected to some ancestor. Okay, what's the name of that? Well, we don't have the name of the ancestor. I'm explaining to you what the so-called scientists tell me. Technical science could never survive on a lie like this, because as soon as you go to produce the product, it wouldn't work. And you'd say, okay, what do we have to fix the structural integrity of this product to make it work? So technical science, it's hard to lie, because when you go to test the product, the result happens. With the religion of evolution, you can continually lie. And when you do that, I don't know if you've ever done construction work or anything, or
yes,
you're putting in a tile, right? The first tile, if that tile is off, you will see a tremendous effect 50 tiles down. You would say, oh my goodness, you got to redo the whole thing. You got to all of this trouble because you didn't take the time to make sure that it was right from the beginning.
I understand what you're saying, American Zombie, but I'm just wondering how this would relate to matters. I mean, sure, you say evolution is fake. How does that relate to?
No, you have to say it correctly. You have to say it correctly. You can't saying that I say evolution is fake is a lie, because no matter what I say is not going to make it true or untrue. Scientific experiments, the scientific method is showing that evolution is not scientifically valid. It does not line up with the sciences, the mathematic science. If you
okay, I know you're arguing, but what
I'm not saying it. That's all I'm saying is when you say
okay, but I'm talking about where we are as a world. How do you believe that knowledge will help? Do you not think that we're in the clutches of a very fast-paced end game, where even if we did realize what you think is the case, it wouldn't really. How would that help us? What would that do? What are you hoping for, American Zombie? Are you hoping it would wake up somebody in the system somewhere to change the course of humanity? I mean, do you really think that's going to happen at this stage?
Oh, it won't happen at any stage. What I'm saying is that the first step is to stop believing in lies. It's like the analogy that I posed to you earlier. Your wife's cheating on you. Now, I'm not saying this literally. The first step is to admit that she's cheating. Not to say, well, how can I fix it while I still pretend that she's not cheating? You know, all right, I know she is, but I don't want to make any waves. You can't have your cake and still eat it, man. You just, when you look at people that accept lie after lie after lie with the evolution and the schooling system, right? They condition themselves to be able to easily accept more lies without flinching. You think about that, like we were saying, when if a person is used to accepting infidelity from their partner, they're gonna eventually, it's gonna become like a truth about
objective ethics, brother. Have you got time to come on here? I mean, you said you're going to work, but sometimes you can pop on before you go.
And now look at this.
He says he's going to need some.
Now look at the ridiculousness of his statement. The wild assertion is to say that life forms magically turn into each other over millions and billions of years. That's a wild assertion. That is a wild, to tell me something like that happens without any proof. And then you show me, like I said before, a bone with no verifiable dating method. You know, so people will bring up, oh, well, you know, carbon-14. Well, how do you date something that's 3 million years old? Carbon-14 can't do that. It doesn't even date the stuff that it can date accurately.
Going back to the original, before we go back into that, and I'm sure objective ethics might pop on.
But I hear what you're saying.
Where do you see the world headed in the short term and midterm, American Zombie? I mean, given what is actually going on in it at the very moment,
there is something behind the scenes that is running the entire show. Humans are not at the steering wheel. It apparently seems that way. Now, this is another way that the evolution fairy tale will benefit them, because nobody's going to think of something beyond what they're told to think. They're going to say, "Oh no, evolution did it."
So when you say, so basically, this is interesting. Now I'm getting to the crux of it. You're saying there is something beyond human that is controlling reality. Is this a reptilian overlord, or is it like a spiritual thing?
I'm not asserting any reptilians. I'm saying let's use logic, let's use reason, and let's piece through this scientifically. Do you honestly think the people that are in positions of power, Trump, I don't know who the Prime Minister of England is right now, or UK, I don't know if
Yes, Dharma.
I don't know if the monarchy has any pull whatsoever. They say they don't, but it's just Parliament. Now we have to come to be serious with ourselves. Do we really think now? And this is how I know if I'm speaking with somebody like that's serious about it. Nothing against them. It's just to say, okay, they're just not. They're still a voter at that point. Do you really think Trump and the people in the prime minister positions do you think that they are the ones giving the orders for the country?
Can you speculate on who might be, or do you?
No, I don't
any...
want to speculate. I want to speculate, but after the question is answered. Do you because if you think that it's coming from that person, there's no reason to answer the question because you've answered. You say, no, the power goes back to Trump. They ask him. He has these papers on his desk and he looks like he's busy, but yet he still has time to tweet every day and to do these meaningless interviews. I don't know where he gets time to run the country.
Isn't that what he's a delegator? Basically, there's heads of departments doing all the work, and he's just telling he's just delegating it all out to
okay
others.
Now is anybody telling him how to delegate it? Do you think it's really him?
Well, he would have advisors, right?
Well, he would have advisors, but let's just say advisors that are not below him or beneath him, advisors that employ him.
Yerf Dogs has been waiting patiently, brother. What would you like to say at this juncture?
I'm just laughing quietly off mic. What do you want to go with, the evolution thing or the Minnesota thing?
Well, I mean, there's a lot there. I mean, I started out asking. I started out asking what is going on in America, what is going on in the world at large, where are we headed? And he said we're headed nowhere good. And I said, where do we start? Where can we start to tackle it? And he said we have to start by engaging with the fact that we are lied to. And one of the primary lies that we have to look at is evolution. And basically, if we can admit to ourselves that we are being lied to, in his view, about almost everything, then we can perhaps begin to tackle the problems in the world. But he also is a pessimist in this regard. He doesn't think we will do that. And so ultimately, American Zombie, you're kind of saying we're fucked, right?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that it begins with being honest with ourselves.
Well, you got a supporter in the comments, Truth Over Lies. He says American Zombie gets it. He knows what's up.
He's actually very
Thank
dishonest.
you, Truth Over Lies.
No, you're a very dishonest
And Mike Gunnigan says evolution. Yeah.
I've heard that one. I've heard that one before.
So go ahead, you have dogs.
Yeah, this guy. I mean, I've heard him dick on.
And another supporter.
Oh, thank you, Euthanasia.
So go ahead there.
This guy, like he talks, for example, when he talks about the book that Darwin wrote, what was it, The Origin of the Species, and he talks about the original title of that book. This is one of the examples. So the original title is something like The Origin of the Species, and here it is, Origin of the Species by Means of Natural Selection or the Preservation of Favored Races in the Struggle for Life. And what Zombie does is he interprets the word races in the modern sense, whereas and then he uses that distortion of the term to go on a diatribe about how evolution supports racism. Whereas the word races back in the original title, it was actually basically synonymous with species. And so that's just one example. This guy just jerks off on words and stuff.
That's not true, Yerf. And the thing is you're still butthurt.
I haven't interrupted you, dude. So let me talk.
Go right ahead.
You did your thing. I'm going to do mine.
Don't lie on me.
No, I'm not lying.
Yes, you are. Don't lie on me because I don't twist it.
I'm quoting you from your own stream.
No, I don't.
Dude,
you're lying.
I didn't interrupt you. I let you spill your fucking jerk off all over the stream.
Again, did I have the curse at you?
Now I'm just gonna
did I have the curse at you? No.
Now I'm not cursing.
Immature.
I know you don't.
I think the host muted both of us.
for the helicopter, and he says that those designs were used by Europeans to create the helicopter, whereas in fact that's just not true. That's not actually what happened. Oh, he's gone. Okay. That isn't what happened. Europeans never actually saw the guy's designs, and he has this kind of like a race baiting perspective. And he's written a couple of books about words and anagrams and stuff. It's very weird epistemology, and it's very wrong-headed. And if he wants to talk about ending up with wrong conclusions and false conclusions based on lies and falsehoods, I would recommend that he gets away from his own lies and falsehoods, because he's ending up in wrong conclusions because of those.
It's a pity he left. I hope it was his connection and not him choosing to leave, because you know he is welcome here. And
yeah, I mean, come back to me on it. That's fine.
Yeah. Hopefully he can come back and have his say on the matter. We'll move on then. Brojo, are you coming on? He says hi all. Brother Marcus says there was a bit of a silence there for a bit. Okay, I didn't hear that, but okay. Nibble says, "Hail Emperor Iguana! If you can beat him, slither along with him." I was thinking today, guys. It isn't interesting. It's kind of a fun question, but what animal do you think would take over if humans went extinct? Cockroach. And do you think there is a possibility of another species reaching like a technological civilization?
Yeah.
It is viewed as unlikely because we've used most of the fossil fuels, right? And that would be one of the things that they'd need to start out, right? But I don't know. It's just it is a question. There's not many animals with opposable thumbs. Apparently, that's the thing. Apparently, raccoons have. I didn't know this, but raccoons, they don't have opposable thumbs, but they do have. They basically have two paws or something, two paw pads on their. I'll call them hands. That are kind of good at grabbing things, but obviously, then you have the chimpanzees, the orangutans, the gorillas. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know. It's a fun question. What animal do you think would take over if humans disappeared? Truth Over Lie says, "Where's Chickpea when you need her?"
Well, I reckon.
I don't think it would be rats, by the way. Rats don't. Sorry.
I was just going to say we managed to evolve to the level we are. So I guess if we went extinct, I'm sure. I would not sure, maybe overstating, but I'm confident that something else would eventually go on a similar kind of trajectory.
Yeah. Now there is there's about 5 to 6 billion years left on this planet before it gets eaten by the sun.
Yep.
Now, I mean, one of the sticklers is I'm talking about reaching civilization, and I suppose we could have an agrarian civilization, a farming civilization, perhaps. But would we get to industry? I don't know, because, as I said, humans seem to have used a lot of the fossil fuel, and I think that would be something they'd need to utilize. But then again, if we left behind all our mechanisms and machinery, well, firstly, a lot of them are run by fossil fuels, but I suppose we'd leave a lot of junk behind for them to burn.
But maybe they would find the stuff we left, and they'd look at the stuff that we left in the same way that we perhaps look at the Sumerians or the Babylonians.
Yeah.
That whole alien thing. I'm actually on board with panspermia. For the record, I think that's an interesting idea.
Is that the idea that the amino acids came here on an asteroid or something?
They kind of found their way to our planet by pure happenstance and So there it is. Yeah, that makes sense to me. That idea.
On an icy asteroid, a huge icy asteroid. Yeah, I've heard this before. Yeah. Yeah, maybe biogenesis only happened once in the universe, and then somehow it spread around. Maybe.
Possibly. Yeah, we don't know. And
we don't know.
That's the thing. I mean, I'm not making a knowledge claim. I'm just going, yeah, that sounds like an interesting possibility. I could imagine it being conceivable.
Youth
But
says raccoons would get stuck in all the dumpsters and starve to
and
death.
starve to death.
Objective ethics says orca whales would rule the waters and primates would rule the land. Now it's funny because I read an article. I read a headline for an article. I didn't actually read the article, and I should have, because it is something that would interest me, because it goes against a lot of the stuff I'd read. And previously, it had been stated that whales and porpoises are on a one-way trajectory evolutionarily. Now, I thought that was a silly thing to say. I thought, well, who's to say they can't re-evolve like, legs or something and come back onto the land? But the consensus was they couldn't do that. And I don't know why that is, but now they're saying there was some paper out there. As I said, I found a headline on it saying that there is evidence to suggest they are at least starting the movement back to land. I imagine it's like killer whales or something who go along the shores trying to feast on seals and penguins. Maybe they're somehow or other developing an ability to stay out of the water. I mean, I know they have to come up for air, but maybe they're able to wallow in the shallow waters for a while and flip back into the sea afterwards.
Yeah,
I
you're
don't
talking
know.
about actual like whales, like orca or dolphins or.
Yeah, this is the thing. I don't know. I think it was. It said Wales. I think it said Wales, but
All right.
I don't know the ins and outs of it. Oh, we have American Zombies back, brother. Good to have you back.
Rock on.
I thought that was a quick, an unfortunate exit. So good to have you back. So yeah, it's your turn to speak, American Zombie. As the Earth Dogs is polite, he won't butt in. So go ahead.
No, well, look at the way that the both of you and others, and this is nothing judgmental, is to say how you were scrambling. Well, maybe it's panspermia, maybe it's this, just reaching for a fairy tale instead of science. Instead of saying, what does the science say? And the science says that both of your notions are unscientific. Now, it's not to go into name coiling, the way Yerf Dog has cursed at me and stuff like that. It's okay. I don't need to curse at him because not doing that shows where both of our positions are. One person is more respectful than the other. And it's okay because most people will never reach that level of maturity in their entire lives. But notice the way how it was always a guess. Maybe it's this, maybe it's that, maybe it's, they said that the porpoises couldn't come back on the land, but now they're saying that maybe they could. So what does all of that really says? It says that you're not thinking for yourself. It says that you're waiting for somebody to tell you whether something can do something. And when they say it can't, you believe them. Then when they switch it and say, well, it can, you go to believe them. It's
okay. Maxed out. One before you have dogs. I am confused because I'm taking what you're saying. You think life was created, but you don't necessarily think it was created by an intelligent force. What do you think created life?
Well, I don't. All right.
Created the creator.
All right, we'll keep it very scientific because if we put it on anything other than that, people can attack the person and say, well, you think that's what you think or you believe. Now, I don't have a belief system because belief suspends thinking. Just like when you think, it suspends the belief system. So when I look at the scientific evidence on how genes work, on how cells work, science, right? Just the scientific method and mathematics show us that it is extremely improbable for something just to form by chance. So I'm not saying that. This is not my viewpoint. This is the viewpoint of the scientific evidence. And we have to be extremely careful of how we word it. It's like if Yerf Dog says he believes in evolution. Now, I understand it goes deeper than that. It is the institutions that are state controlled that actually that actually are the ones that push this. Why is it that they had to go to court during the Scopes trial to be able to teach evolution in school? Scientists of the day did not agree with it because it wasn't scientific. It was the Anglican preachers, specifically in the UK, Charles Kingsley to be exact, that wrote back, and they would classify the Irish as a lower type of human than the English and the Scottish. Now, this is all documented. Anybody can look through this and say, wait, this was created on an extremely biased template under the whole premise of saying that one group of humans are higher up on the evolutionary scale than others. See, a lot of people that believe in evolution never study it. It's the same way with Christianity and Islam and other religions, that they'll be so religious and you'll point something out in a religious book and you say, well, what about this saying right here? And magically they don't know. They base their whole life on this.
Can I just butt in for a second? All right. Well, I agree there was some racist and unfortunate rhetoric, okay, in the late 19th century, early 20th century, and still ongoing, perhaps in some circles. But look, in my view, that's a matter of opinion that is not based on fact, and you could turn it around, and the people being oppressed or being lied about by the racists could, if they really wanted to, turn it on its head and say something equally outrageous and racist about the people saying it. It's just a poisonous matter of opinion with no basis in fact. That's my view on that. So you could actually sterilize matters and strip all that crap away, and then just look at the theory of evolution without all that racist nonsense and look at it as a theory. Are you willing to do that?
Oh, this is what I'd like. Like when you said there's some racism, come on, that's an understatement. The whole thing was based on the premise of race, of a struggle.
Now, Yerf Dogs has already said that's a misnomer.
He doesn't understand what he's talking about. Remember, Yerf Dogs believes in something that he doesn't properly know about. He couldn't even say the whole title just a couple of minutes ago. He had to look at it again. And the only reason
Can I just ask
knows,
Maxed Out, if you would please just allow him to speak now, and please wait your turn, Maxed Out. Thank you, American Zombie.
Yeah, no worries. About the idea of panspermia and the way life began. He said that talking about that kind of stuff is unscientific. So if you listen back to what I explicitly said that I wasn't making a knowledge claim. I just said it's a supposition. It's something, it's an idea that I think is interesting, and I think it's a hypothesis. It's possible. I don't know how to test it. I'm not saying I believe it as a matter of fact. I'm just saying, yeah, that I find that idea interesting and appealing. That's all. So the idea to say that I'm unscientific, it's what is it? It's misdirection. It's nonsense. I mean, nobody knows how everything started. Nobody. And anyone who does say with any certainty that they do know, well, I would say that that's unscientific. And I don't think Zombie does do that. But that's that point. The second point is, this is a tactic that Zombie uses a lot. He goes back to abiogenesis. Abiogenesis and evolution are completely different subjects. The fact that we don't know how everything began has no bearing on the study of evolution. Just none whatsoever. So that's what I'll say about that. And I find the Scopes trial. The Scopes trial was, what was it? It was some B. Butler law or something. I don't remember the details, but it was
if you don't know the details,
I'd like to finish.
I would just say, just wait until you got the details and we can talk about it later.
I'd like to finish what I'm saying, mate. From what I understand, what I recall about the Scopes trial, it was a case where a specific law prohibited the teaching of evolution, and a teacher took that to court, and they found that actually It was, yeah, he was actually found guilty. He was found in the wrong at that point. But it wasn't about whether or not evolution is false. It's about the right to teach something in the schools that was outside of the creationist purview, as I recall it.
All
I
right,
could be wrong.
wait.
Well, I haven't finished. You can correct me after I've finished, all right, if I'm wrong about that. But I don't trust your way of knowing, because I've caught you out in so many dishonest lies previously. Finally, before you get a chance to respond, you made the claim, as I understood it, that evolution is based on the premise that one set of humans, in your words, one set of humans are higher than another. And I would say in response that you have the causation the wrong way around. There is no doubt that evolution was used to justify racist worldviews. I'll gladly sign on to that. But so were non-evolutionist, creationist worldviews used in the same manner. I don't think, the way I understand your position, you blame evolution for racism, and I have yet to hear you justify that assertion, that claim.
Yeah, no,
So,
I'm not doing that. I'm not
Okay.
blaming evolution for that. Evolution is the pseudo-scientific model for the people that wanted to push that. That was their model to make it seem scientific. So that's what evolution did. As far as the Scopes trial, I would recommend, like I said, reading up on it in depth, right? And then we can have a conversation about it. It can't be that you heard a little bit about it and now you're thinking that it could be this. We can't have a conversation that way, because you don't understand the trial, the reason that they were trying not, again, you were wrong in saying that they just wanted to teach it, right? No, they wanted to teach it as fact. They were trying to teach a theory as fact. And if you look at the early books, and these aren't very early, these are just 1800s, we start to see like, wow, the Emancipation of Proclamation is ending slavery, and people might actually start working together with each other. But if you push this theory and you build these churches disguised as universities, and you teach it as if it's fact, and you act as if other people aren't scientific if they don't believe in it, they must just be religious or something like that. And you're right. Religion, especially on the continent you're at in Australia or New Zealand, was used like it was a horrible use of religion to basically exterminate, or exterminate isn't the right word, to genocide the people of Tasmania, right? There's no more Tasmanians left. There's articles you can still find where they were, in Australia, they weren't even considering the Aborigines people. They were calling them the missing link. They were classified under the Flora and Fauna Act, I think up until the 60s. So if somebody were to kill them, it was just flora and fauna. Now, this is the stuff. If you look at Australia and New Zealand, they used this to get the people that were sent there unjustly, because I don't think too many Englanders really wanted to go to Australia. If they were hungry and they stole a loaf of bread, it was said that, okay, you either go to the dungeon or you get on the ship to go to Australia. So it's not that I'm blaming evolution. I'm pointing out that this is not a scientific theory, and any evidence that comes up to show that evidence is either hidden, destroyed, repurposed. The person that was doing the research, the funding gets cut. We see this is documented. So it's just like the thing in Minnesota. I'm saying there's something very odd happening here, and it's not the truth. That's when I asked DNW, you don't find it funny that the woman's last name is Good, and now this guy, his last name is Pretty, or Prete, or however you're supposed to pronounce? That's kind of odd. That's all I'm saying. It's odd. And then when we look at evolution, we see the same thing. It's kind of odd that somebody's trying to tell me we come from apes with no scientific evidence, and people that have lied and been caught lying, trying to push a theory into a fact. It's not the way a theory becomes a fact. It becomes a fact with evidence. And, you know, there's not really much that I can say to you. That's your belief, and that's okay. But when you try to say it's science, that's not true. It's not science. We can go over those scientific methods right now if you like. Or when you learn about the Scopes trial, we can go over what sparked that, which was just ridiculous. When you look at what sparked the whole Scopes trial, and what was the bottom line? Saying that these people here are less, they're not as evolved as these other people here. Evolution, the origin of species, right? Of the so-called favored races. Well, who are the favored races, Yerf dogs? That's what you didn't want to bring up. That's what you haven't researched. If you look a little further into that, you'll start to see how horribly racist classifications were created by the origin of species, or better yet, its real title, you know, the preservation of the favored race. Where else do you hear preservation of favored races, of preservation and race? You hear that in white racist propaganda. Oh my goodness, they're going to breed us out. There's going to be too many people. We have to preserve this. That's the only other place you hear that. Now, maybe you just haven't thought of it. I'll give you that. Maybe it just didn't cross your mind. Maybe it's something that would never cross your mind because you're not on that other side, or you're not maybe compassionate enough to see what's happening to other people. That's horrendous. I mean, look at Australia. What do the people that were originally on that continent have? They have a bunch of people on there, egotistical maniacs, just the way we have in many other countries, that actually think they did something good for these people. You know, it's the ego is just so ridiculous when I look into some of the countries and the citizens that are in the countries. And when I talk to different citizens, I start to see that they have different opinions from their position. Your classification, I understand why you act that way. It's just a lack of maturity. It can be fixed, hopefully. But I didn't come here to really have a conversation on evolution. I do my streams every night, so I got to get ready for that. The only reason I hopped on was because DNW didn't have anybody on, and I heard him mention somebody come on to save the stream. You know, we must save the stream. I said, sure. I was more than happy to hop on. But now that you're here to take up the slack with him, you know, I'm sure you guys will have a good conversation. I can continue my...
can you stick around while I give my response to that?
What response are you going to give? Is it going to be long or short?
Well, I think it'll be pretty short.
Okay, go ahead.
Go ahead. All right, you're the one who brought the topic of evolution to the stream. So if you do that, then that's the topic of discussion. So, you know, that was
secondary to Minnesota. So it wasn't the main topic.
You introduced it, so everything's on the table. That's how it works. Number two, this is remarkable. If anyone wants to go back a few minutes, I specifically referred to Zombie talking about the title of Darwin's book, using the word races, and I said that at the time the book was written, races was basically synonymous with species. But you just heard Zombie confirm what I said, that he uses the word races in the modern term that we use it, and therefore he says that evolution is a racist ideology. That's his thinking. You just heard him do that, and I'm going to explain again to you. You say that I don't know stuff.
Do that. Where did you hit? Point out where I said that. Go ahead and point it out right now.
Well, I can't rewind this video.
No, just point it out. You should. So you can't remember 3 minutes ago.
I just told you I remembered 3 minutes ago. Are you not listening? You said
When he says the
you
preservation of favored races,
Yeah,
he is talking about different races
No,
of
he's not.
humans.
He's talking about species. You
He's
don't
talking
know.
about humans.
No, he's not.
Have you even read the book?
Yeah, actually, I have, and I'll tell you this much as well. The word races.
Have you read The Descent of Man?
Fucking hell. The word races back then was synonymous with species, not just of humans, but of other animals too. So I think you're the one who's ignorant in this regard, and you're using your ignorance to go down some path of nonsense. That's what you're doing. All right. Finally, I mean, just because you want me to be quick, you talk about the lie of evolution. Well, you have the burden of proof to prove that. And I know this kind of stuff you're talking about. You're talking about the embryo pictures and that kind of thing. And you're saying it was all false and there was some kind of agenda. Dude, because of science, we've been able to make corrections for those kinds of errors. You talk about stuff that is that where errors were made. No one denies that.
Okay, let me point out your lie right here. You said because of science, right?
Are you going to let me finish? Are you going to?
Well, you said you were going to make it quick, and you're going down a whole list now.
No,
but I'm going to respond. Wait, I'm going to respond to that.
I'll finish in like 3 sentences, and then I'm done. So, you talk about things like the embryo pictures. We when I say we, scientists acknowledge that errors were made, and maybe some were actually deliberately with an agenda. No worries. That's acknowledged. But the scientific method has corrected those errors. That's what I'll say.
All right. Now, let me point out that what you said right there is a blatant lie, that the science and the scientific method has not corrected that. Just as recent as 2015, they've been finding pictures of those embryos still surfacing in textbooks. So this is what I'm trying to explain to you. And this is why I don't really have too much of a conversation with you on evolution, because you don't understand it, man. And a lot of people that claim to understand it don't. I see these people like on the fence. Oh, I'm agnostic, but I'm also evolutionist. You can't be both. It's just an evolutionist in disguise. So when you say that science somehow is trying to make it better, that's a blatant lie. So I just pointed out, I didn't need to say, oh, you said it a few minutes ago. I can't remember what it was. No, it is a blatant, you look it up yourself. They have not corrected that. So if you would have textbooks printed, even in the 90s, when we've had them printed in the 2000s, with these incorrect pictures, that just blew your whole lie out of the water. It exposed you. You just said that science corrects it, and that's a lie.
Give me a reference for the textbook now.
All you have to do is look it up. No. You before you opened your mouth and made the statement, you should have known that.
I can find you if you.
No. You should have known that exists. You made a statement. You made a statement, and you did not know.
I actually did a stream on you. You remember that? And in that stream, I went through a lot of your shit, and I quoted sources. So it's done. I've already done it, and you can't respond to it.
Your sources are the same people that publish the lies.
Right. I see. Okay.
Think about it. Yeah, if you really go through it, if you were to really look at the evidence, you would have never made the statements that you made.
Okay.
So I don't know.
Okay. American Zombie, before you go, what is going to happen in the short term, midterm on this planet? Where do you see us going in the next, say, 5 years, 10 years, 20 years?
It's just going to get more electronic. The noose is going to tighten. It's already tightening on everybody. And people are going to say, no matter how bad it gets, the zombies are going to say, it's just evolution. This is how could it be something that is unnatural? That's the way evolution works. They'll bring the lie up. The lie to create that small class of people that will probably still be surviving, that it won't affect. Like, you know that there's people that none of this stuff affects, right? The NW?
You mean they are living a life of comfort and, joy? Is that what you mean at the top?
Well, not just comfort and joy, but you have people that are living a life where this doesn't affect them. They don't live in the ordinary middle class, lower class world.
Yeah, of
They're
course.
yeah. So when we speak of that, we're just talking about the cannon fodder at the bottom of populations. This is the soap opera. This is don't you find it funny how people are distracted to believe or to think that these stories are that important? Now, if you're in Minnesota, I would think that it's pretty important if you're in the area. But if you're not, how important is it?
Could it not be coming to a town near you in America? I mean, aren't ice going around the country?
Is it realistic? Is that really realistic? Like, have we seen that
I mean,
spread?
there's been 2 shootings in Minnesota. I believe there's also 1 shooting in Oregon, or Portland, Oregon, right? I'm not sure. 2 Spanish speaking individuals. I believe that was in Portland, right? Maybe I'm wrong, but
Well, you know what gets
that's
me, Dan W, is when you guys were speaking earlier about the guy was like, maybe he had a weapon or something, right? And that's why possibly they might have done this.
no. I'm against what they done. I was talking about what they said,
Yeah, no,
what they're saying.
no. If they say that, now this is what I'm saying. If they say that, how is it that they can apprehend without shooting him these shooters that go into the mall? The guy that shot up the mall, the guy that shot the church up in South Carolina, they apprehended him alive. You see what I'm saying? When they give you a lie and they say, well, like you said, this is what they're saying. They say, well, he had a gun. Well, wait a minute. You apprehended a guy that murdered like 8 or 9 people in a church with a firearm, and he was a nutcase, but you didn't have to kill him. The black guy that
Is it perhaps the case, Maxed Out, that the ICE agents are not actually properly trained? They're slap hazard idiots,
well,
meathead psychopaths,
okay.
and
Well,
the police are better trained than them.
all right, really? Are those the same police that shoot a black guy that pulls out a wallet? But they can apprehend a white guy that has just shot up a church who has a weapon. They don't got to kill him, right? They're trained. Think about it, right? There are no well-trained. When you see what's happening to some people in America, and this is not just black Americans, it happens to white Americans too. I tell people, look up the case of Jesse Butler in Oklahoma, a white American that just raped 2 young white girls, underage, tried to strangle them to death. He was going to get over 70 years. They just gave him community service. Nobody bats an eye. I don't hear these people talking about that.
When was that?
It's Oklahoma, an 18-year-old white male.
Recently.
Just recently, like within a few months, right? Now, remember the black guy that stabbed the white woman on the train? Horrible incident in South Carolina. Horrible. There was also an incident where a white guy stabbed a woman in the throat in Oklahoma. That happened, I think, a month prior. Crickets. You don't hear nothing. Now, I'm not saying one crime is worse than the other. I'm showing.
I know what you're saying.
See, yeah, you see what I'm saying? That they frame it in a way. When I tell people, look at Jesse Butler. Look, why is it that a guy that tried to strangle after he raped 2 girls under 18, you know what they charged him with so he wouldn't get the 70-something year prison sentence? They said, oh, he's a minor. He's 18. When you hit 18, you're not a minor. I mean, I think it's the same state that let the guy go with 6 months for getting caught behind a dumpster doing something to a woman. And 2 guys had to, catch him, bring him to justice. That guy did not even do 4 months in jail.
Objective ethics. What would you like to say?
Hey, always a pleasure to see you guys. Thank you so much. I just want to really quick. I am on my way to work, but I just want to point out, brother, the language that you're using, and I'm not trying to be disrespectful here, so I want to be careful how I phrase this, but the language that you're using indicates that maybe you don't know as much about what you're talking about as you're asserting. Theory is not a fact. A theory is based on numerous facts that are
What are
corroborated
you
by
referring
empirical
to? What
evidence.
are you referring to? Are you referring to evolution or something different?
Yeah, your claim that they're trying to promote evolution theory as fact. This
Oh,
is
they
this is
are.
being taught as a theory. This
Wait,
is
you
being
don't
taught
see
as a
people.
theory.
You don't see people saying it's a fact openly.
I
You
don't
never
see.
saw.
I don't see the actual scholars, the peer-reviewed journals,
Okay. Do
calling it
you
a
know who
fact.
Carl Sagan
No,
is? Do you
that's not.
know?
I
Do you
don't.
know
What
who,
I do see is I see
no,
them
no. Do
referring
you
to it
know
as a
who
theory,
Carl
and I do
Sagan?
also see that science is an open
Carl
platform, brother. Science is
Sagan.
available. Science is an open platform.
Carl
Anybody who's
Sagan.
got a viable theory, right, a hypothesis backed up by numerous facts that becomes a theory, can release that. There's no conspiracy theory
No, 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 no.
against disproving evolution. Anybody can do it.
Really.
It's
And let
open
me guess. Let
platform.
me guess. You believe in evolution, right?
Let me guess. It's a conspiracy
Let
theory
me guess.
because you're
Do you
using
believe
words
in
like
evolution, right?
the
Do you believe in
they are
it?
doing it. Who's the
Do you
they?
believe in
What's
it?
the motive?
Do you believe in it?
What's the
Do you
motive here?
believe in it?
Who's the they?
Matt
You're
Stout.
citing 100.
It's just a
It's just,
question.
hold on. Yeah, okay.
It's
So
just a
yeah,
question.
at the moment, do you believe it's the theory with the most weight? Is it something you would point to then, objective ethics, as the most likely truth, or something you believe in?
We've got more evidence for the theory of evolution than we do for the theory of relativity. This is a demonstrable
Answer
fact.
your
Let's
question.
do
And
some
Answer its
actual
question.
research into it.
Answer its question. Do you
What did I
believe
just
in
say?
it? Do you believe in it? Well, if you stop running your mouth and listen to what he's saying, you'd understand what he's saying. Do you believe in the theory of evolution?
Well, first of all, brother, you've been interrupting
Yes
me.
or no? Yes
There's
or
no need
no,
for
man?
there's
Yes
no
or
need for
no?
you to be talking about people running their mouths when you need to
Yes
put your
or
listening ears on.
no? Yes
Close your
or
mouth,
no?
put your listening ears on.
Yes
Close
or
your mouth and
no?
put your listening ears on.
Yes
I'm in the
or
middle
no?
of educating you here. You
Yes
need to
or
listen.
no?
Who's the
Yes or
they
no?
that you're talking about? Do I
Yes or
believe in
no?
evolution until they come up with a better theory? Absolutely. Give me a better theory and
That's
I'll
all you
believe in
had to
that.
say. That's all you had to say. You talk about running your mouth, somebody running their mouth. It's you. All you had to do
Bro,
is
I
say
came here to
yes.
say something. I was given the floor and you wouldn't
That
let me speak, just like you
could have
wouldn't
been
let your
ended.
dog speak. You
That
wouldn't let your dog
and
speak. You're not
look,
letting me speak. And
if
you're
you want to be
talking about people running their mouths, bro.
if you want to be a cheerleader for your store, go right ahead. I was on my
Bro,
way
if you
to get my
you're
own
running a
finger.
conspiracy theory. Who's the they? You're
It's
talking
not a
about a book written
conspiracy
about
theory.
evolution over 100
It's
years
not
ago
a
that's been
conspiracy.
corrected. This
It's
has
not
been
been
corrected. Yes, we know Darwin was a
It,
racist. That's old news. Bring up some
it
new
has not
evidence.
been
Stop parroting
corrected.
old talking points by science deniers, bro. Pretty soon this is going to turn into flat Earth and fake moon landings. Come
Wow.
on, bro.
Wow. You are definitely delusional when it comes to being able to answer a question with a simple yes, and you wasted 3 minutes just now of crying. It's like
Bro,
you're in a period or something.
Stop interrupting people and listen
No,
to what
no, no.
people
I
have to
didn't
say,
interrupt
and
you.
then
You just
respond.
interrupted me. No, you just. I just let you cackle for 3 minutes, and now you interrupted me when I was explaining myself, and then you tried to gaslight it like I interrupted you.
all right,
You
well,
haven't
listen.
stopped talking for 30
We'll
seconds, bro. How did you listen to somebody for 3 minutes?
we'll let Matt Stout answer the question, but also Matt Stout, whilst you're answering his question, could you also put into that who the they is that you believe is orchestrating this conspiracy
Well,
against the human race?
this day, like I was saying earlier, when I asked you, do you really think that the president or the prime minister or parliament, do you really think they're the ones making these decisions? Not from like how you said, yeah, they'll have advisors below them. I'm talking about people that you don't see that are telling them what to do, that are saying, look, this is what will be done, and this is how you will say it's going to be done. And these people are behind the scenes, and the only person that you're going to see running a country is either a prime minister, a president, a dictator, a fountainhead. So basically, that's the question I was posing to you, DNW. And I was saying, if you believe that it's the person that's in the seat, well, that's it. You answered the question. You're thinking it's not going to, you're going to say, well, the prime minister said it. He's the one that made the law. There's nobody behind him telling him.
No, I've already said on this show, I mean, it's been documented by Cummings. He was an ex-advisor to one of the Boris Johnson, who was prime minister a few years ago. He basically said that a lot of the governmental department sessions here, where you have secretaries for various, as I said, governmental departments, they're actually spoon-fed scripts by the intelligence services. So they sit around a table. Intelligence services have handed them a script to read. They read it out, and everyone nods their head and agrees. And that has been well documented. That is going on at the moment.
Okay,
at the highest level in government. So yeah, they are actually becoming more and more just script readers. I don't know why that's happening or who's making these decisions, but the view is that there are like 30-year-old guys working as analysts in the intelligence services who are basically telling the politicians what to say.
Okay, so
quite scary.
So answering the question, you would be saying, you answered the question you were posing to me. Who is this they? Who are these they?
They're unknown people at the same time. Although we have an idea, we don't know what they're about or who they are, really.
Exactly. So we don't know what they're about. We don't know who they are. But we're at a point where we're saying, look, I'm over 90% sure it's not the person that's in the seat making these.
We also don't. I will say one thing. I don't think they do this all the time, but I don't know the parameters of when they basically pull the scripts out. I don't think they do it on all governmental decisions.
Why not?
Because I would say that some decisions are less important than others in terms of effect. Maybe some decisions are just for show, just kind of soft decisions that don't really have any great effect. And maybe they're par for the course. They're not.
Look at what Divine Hazel just put in, which is a very good point. That the fact that we can't even really speak about that too much, right? When you think
objective ethics, what do you think? Divine Hazel says there was.
Yeah, he answered your question with a question because he doesn't know who they really are. And he doesn't know what the agenda actually is. He has no evidence for any of this. It's a conspiracy theory. That's all it is, and it's just a talking point.
See, you can see he wasn't listening. You weren't listening,
and he can't listen. That's the other thing that is an indicator here. He cut off the Earth Dogs. He's cutting me off. He literally refuses to actually engage.
You didn't cut me off, right? You didn't cut me off, though, right? Yeah.
No, I don't think. I think I was in the middle of speaking because I was given the floor.
I've got a paper, and I'll give it to you now, Zombie. When I was talking earlier about Ernst Haeckel's embryo pictures. There's a paper that was published in June 1998. It's an article in Science. The lead author is Michael K. Richardson, A.L., or et al., as some people say. It's 1998, and the title is Haeckel, Embryos, and Evolution. And that article goes through and it corrects the Haeckel record. So just so you know, I know what I'm talking about.
All right, and let me show you. And let me show you that I had already looked up something showing you that you don't know. Okay, check it out right here.
Check it
out. These fake fraudulent pictures, right? These embryo drawings, right? Appeared as recently between 2000 and 2005. They have not corrected it. When they say they correct one, 3 more pop up. And this is what I'm saying. In the time that I'm talking to the objective guy, right, who ain't really too objective, he's pro-evolution. Right. So what's so
just
objective
down on the ad homs and all the poison.
And you're over here thinking you can become a scientist in 20 seconds. It's not going to happen, Yerf Dog, because you read one paper that, again, does not show how recent they found these frauds in modern textbooks. No, because you want to push your belief. No, you want to push your belief, man, and that's fine. Don't try to say it's science. Same thing with objective ethics. He tries to say he doesn't know about science.
Give 2 or 3 textbook titles that are in schools or universities now.
See the fact that you don't want it. Look, you're a grown man. I can't spoon feed you anymore, man.
I just spoon feed you my soul.
I can't spoon feed you. You have to grow up. Now, a friend is here from a stream, The Mind. I'd like to hear what he has to say before I go, because I have to set up my own stream.
Just before you do that, I will play this quick video. It's a short, so it won't take long. This is the guy I was telling you about. Can you hear me, guys? Yeah?
Yeah, let me just
you can hear me.
say thank you for
This
having
is
me on. I gotta head to work, brother.
okay,
Thank you for
brother.
having me on.
Okay, take care. This is
Take care,
Dominic
bro.
Cummings. This is Dominic Cummings, who was the main man in terms of he was an
Are you there?
advisor to Boris Johnson, the Conservative Party, when they were leading the country. And this is what he has to say later on. Oh, here we go.
Okay, wait. The host literally introduced me and wanted me to speak, so I'm gonna speak first because I'm not gonna just ignore what the hell the host is saying.
It's only
sorry,
1 minute.
That's
I
fine.
didn't
You could do 1 minute.
actually
You could do
introduce
the 1
you.
minute.
Oh yeah,
That's
he
right.
introduced you, mind. He just but what's
I did
this in
introduce him,
reference
just one
to?
second.
What is this in reference to?
This is what I was saying about the who is making the decisions. Okay,
Oh,
can you
from
hear that,
behind.
guys?
Yeah, because I think
Oh, sorry.
objective.
Here we go. Here we go.
They're
Here we go.
literally scripted.
Here we
So
go,
when
guys.
the
Here we
Prime
go.
Minister has, when you sit in Whitehall now, right, in meetings, they are literally scripted. So when the Prime Minister has a meeting with ministers, what happens is that before the Prime Minister has that meeting, officials go into the Prime Minister's study and they give him a folder. And in the folder at the front is a thing called Chairman's Notes. And that's the script. And that's what the Prime Minister reads out. And the conclusions for the meeting are in the Chairman's Notes, drafted before the meeting happens, right? So the Prime Minister says, hello, Secretary of State, blah, blah, blah. And then all these officials sit around the sides on chairs around the edge of the room. And then the MP, the Secretaries of State, all look down at their folders because they've all got their scripts, right? And this is why I use the NPC meme, right? Because then the Prime Minister reads out, well, we're here to discuss blah, blah, blah. And then he goes around the room, and then Secretary of State for Justice or the Foreign Secretary reads out his bullet points, and then he reads out their bullet points, and they read out. If anyone goes on script, you see the officials sort of go, and then look over at the other official on the side of the room and kind of go, that means we'll come back to that after the meeting and make sure that that doesn't happen. And then at the end, it was a fascinating, great discussion. Thank you so much for your wonderful, insightful, original contributions. And then he reads out the conclusions which are all drafted in advance. And it sounds like a parody, but it is literally how the British state functions.
Okay.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, I have to jump on here and say, yeah, that guy is definitely whoever just left. Oh my God. Am I still here? Hello? Can you hear me?
You're live. We can hear you now.
we can hear you.
Mind.
Yeah, I think he was talking about
my
objective.
phone's acting crazy right now, so I can't talk right now.
We can hear you. We can hear you.
Okay.
But we hear you clear. Yeah. If anything, and I think that guy just jumped on to cheerlead for Yerf Dogs because it's like even when Cougar Doomer seems like a nice guy, but I do have the clip DMW, and I was going to ask you before I even try to play it. I didn't play it on my stream when he and yourself were speaking with me about the question of the common ancestor, or the type of bacteria that turned into another type, which I was never answered on. And I noticed how he got angry. And we spoke again, very cordial, on another one of your streams. And I did promote his channel. I mean, I know he's a believer in evolution, and that's okay, as long as they understand it's not science. The danger comes in is when somebody thinks it actually is science, because at that point now you can make mistakes in medicine, you can make mistakes in surgery, genetics. There's a long line.
What mistakes have been made in medicine because of evolution?
Okay, well, when they had a theory of thinking that black people didn't feel pain because of the color of this. And of course, I know you don't want to hear this because you're from Australia.
I agree with you. That's stupid.
You probably,
That's stupid.
why don't you just stay quiet and let me answer it? Okay? Thank you.
Okay, sir. Sorry, sir.
Well, then, go back on mute then. Thank you. It's about time. It's like, it gets kind of like frustrating to a point. You're supposed to act like a grown man if you can. This is this whole thing with evolution. When you see the way they've treated people of different so-called races, because that's what evolution did. It put it into pseudo race categories, which are just different phenotypes. People are different. They have different phenotypes. But evolution was built on that. saying that, look, the emancipation's here. We don't have slavery anymore. And again, you don't find it odd that that book came out right around the same time of the emancipation, which was also around the same time of the Civil War. And you can see like how objective when he ran away a minute ago and tried to lie and say that I didn't answer the question about who the they was, when I expressed that DMW answered it himself. The fact that we can say that the aristocracy that are running, or whatever person that's in charge of a country, that there's something else giving those orders, that is the they. Now, we didn't say we were going to identify who the they are. Just to identify that there is a they it makes a lot. I don't
see the point in even interacting. I want to say I don't see the point in interacting with somebody
has been used.
Hang on, Yerf, hang on.
That's led to errors in medicine.
Yerf, hang on for 1 second. Mind.
I just
want to say I don't
even see the point in interacting. Oh my God, here we go.
Yeah, no, I don't want to
interacting with people who want
the mind. If you would heard some of the slurs that this guys have called me, the curses, and I've never cursed at him, but I understand that he was never taught manners as a child.
This guy's just fucking psychologizing all the time.
Again,
he's a dickhead.
Just keep your thing muted while I'm speaking, man. You know, just, hey, I understand. This is why I don't get angry, because I understand that some people had training as a child and some people didn't. And it's okay. Maybe
I asked you for a specific example where evolution caused errors in medicine. Just give me an example.
And were you listening when I pointed out?
But that wasn't an example. That was ideology. That was racist ideology that caused the problem, not evolution.
So wait, and that's based on them thinking that one type of human is higher than the other type.
Evolution doesn't say that. That is something that people extrapolate.
May I continue with this?
But you're just galloping nonsense.
If you look at Hitler's ideology,
oh Jesus,
of Darwin. If you can also read a book called it's by Weikart. I think it's by Richard Weikart. It's called From Darwin to Hitler. That's another one to read.
Really?
Now, of course, you're going to laugh at that. This is the lineage
I am.
you
This
come
is stupid.
from.
Hitler was a vegetarian too. So what?
Look, this is the lineage you come from. I'm just asking you to read some books.
Hang on.
Laughing.
You're saying that I'm a white supremacist Nazi.
I'm not.
Is that what you want to say?
Did I say that?
I'm just asking. Is that the inference you're trying to make?
Did I say that?
Is that the inference that you're trying to make?
I'm asking you a question. Did I say what you just accused me of calling you?
And I'm using the word inference. Is that the inference you're trying to make?
Okay, so
is that the inference you want to make?
Okay, I didn't.
You said that's the lineage I come from.
All right, so you're lying.
You said that's the lineage I come from. I'm asking, are you trying to infer that I'm a white supremacist racist?
I'm saying you come from a lineage of ignorance. Now, that's a long lineage that we're all related to, but you embrace it a little more than others. And that's not
I just want to be clear. What do you mean I embrace it a little more than others?
Look,
what are you actually trying to say? Why don't you speak directly? Have the fucking balls. You tell people to be a man. Why don't you man up and say what you mean and mean what you say instead of dancing around all this shit?
Why do you have to
speak directly?
Are the true colors coming out?
I don't care about cursing. Cursing's not a big deal to me.
The true colors coming out again, right?
Oh, go fuck yourself. What are you actually trying to say? What's your inference?
It's just a matter of time before your true colors come out, man. And I've told you.
You're the one who. Okay, so you've inferred that I come from a legacy. My lineage is a white supremacist
stop
lineage.
Holding back and tell us how you really feel, man.
Right. So I am. I'm explaining to you. You just inferred. You tried to make the connection between me and a white supremacist lineage.
Didn't I just explain what I did? You didn't hear when I
what you did. Why else would you have raised that? You said that it went from Darwin to Hitler, and that's my lineage.
No. I said Darwin and Hitler afterwards, right? After.
Is vegetarianism racist?
No, and then you brought up the vegetarian. Now, this is the funny thing, Yerf Dog.
Tell me the funny thing, right?
No, think about it. Somebody told you. Somebody told you Hitler was a vegetarian, and you were dumb enough to believe it. Is that true? You
Well, I
believe
don't
it?
know if it's true or not. It's a
Oh,
trope.
no, but you just stated it like it was a fact,
Yeah.
right?
Do you understand the point
No,
that is
but
being made?
you just stated like it was a fact.
It's a trope. Do you know what a trope is? Do you know what
He's
a
being
trope
ironic
is?
right now. He's not being serious. He's joking.
No, I know,
He's a
I know.
jokester. He's a clown. He's a
You
big joke. Of course, he's not being
I
serious.
had a conversation with him once, the mind, and it wounded him so hard that he went and made a video about it. He made a video.
I responded to your points.
I feel admired, man. The fact that you took the time to tag me in a video that I never watched, and then you mentioned it today, which I probably won't watch it, man, because I have research that I do. I write books. You see, so it's nothing against you.
You write pamphlets of fucking crap. I've seen
If
your
that's
books.
the way you feel, great.
Nonsense.
So why don't you go read an Ernst Haeckel manual then, if you don't like?
Why would I read it? What's that got to do with the
Because that's you have no. Oh my goodness, man.
Oh my goodness, man. You think you're so intelligent and so sharp and you levitate above the rest of us with your knowledge.
Yerf Dog. You may not have heard me say this, so I'll say it again.
Okay.
That I have said openly that look, I'm smart enough. I've said I'm smart enough to know I'm stupid. So in saying that, I'm glad I'm smart enough to know I'm stupid, because there are people out there, and there were times where I wasn't even that smart. So maybe people can listen to a guy who I am well researched. This is why you can't pull any of the lies. I never claimed to be a genius.
No, but you're not well researched at all.
Well, that's your opinion.
No, I would say that as a statement of, actually, I would say that as a statement of fact, a provable fact.
Okay, prove it.
Well, I've already discussed earlier how you don't understand how races.
Prove it as a fact. Shouldn't be hard, right? It's a fact.
Well, if you shut your mouth, I just will refer back to the. See, now you don't want me to answer that part of the discussion.
All right, answer it. I'm not saying nothing. Answer it.
Right. So I've already mentioned some issues. You don't understand how the word races is used in Darwin's book Origin of the Species. You lie about that. You lie about the patent.
All right, Yerf Dog. Let's get to the bottom of this together right now.
Okay.
When he says the preservation.
Look, guys, 1 second. Sorry, Max. American Zombie. Let Yerf Dogs finish. He is surrounded now. He is surrounded. The hyenas are baying for blood.
Hey,
I know the mind is on your side. We've got Jackie here as well. So let Yerf Dog say his piece, please.
We're not arguing in the title, and I think we're going to see common ground on this. When it says in the title, the preservation of favored races.
That's delayed. Oh yeah, sorry.
Right, so right there in the title, he's implying race to human, right there. But I'll let Jackie go. I know she want to say something.
Oh no, that's all good. I just had to turn off the other tab. I was just mentioning my hey was delayed. All good. Keep going with whatever you're saying.
Oh no, I
don't even know what the topic is. What are you talking about?
Evolution. Now the mind's left.
It was the title. It was the title that Yerf Dogs was saying that I was implying the racism, even though Charles Darwin was the one that wrote in the title the preservation of the favored races in the struggle for life. So he is the one that is stating that. But for some reason, Yerf Dogs thinks I'm using the race word in a racist fashion or something. I mean, it's just ridiculous.
Okay, so I'll explain what the point I'm making is. When he talks about favored races, the word race back in that time was also used as a synonym for different species. And favored races or favored species refers to the general theory of evolution, that the fittest survive. And I'm speaking at a very, zooming out level here.
But now, are you saying that it is not applied to humans? It's only applied to non-humans?
It applies to humans and animals. And the fact that it applies to animals, non-human animals, therefore means that the way you're interpreting the word is an error. And everything flowing downhill from that error can just be dismissed out of hand.
Well, I don't think you've been looking deep enough into it, because there are a lot of works, and like I said, if you've read The Origin of Species, which apparently you haven't, but if you look into The Descent of Man, it gets even uglier in that one.
I think it's you who hasn't, mate.
No, it's by Charles
Have you
Darwin.
read it? Have you read it?
Yes, I've read both.
Good on you, mate.
And check this out. I've done.
Check it out.
Well, you see, if you're not going to be serious, there's no sense in bothering with it, because it's like I said before, it's not your fault, it's my fault. It's like, for me to know the level of intelligence you're at and then to continue a conversation with you is not on you, it's on me.
Jackie, what's your take?
Jackie, what do you think? Is
I think it's
evolution
pretty
a goer for you?
obvious that, like, we're designed, right? It looks like designed to me. And if you've experienced, like, anatomy Mandela effects, it looks like a type of evolution that is just, like, by magic. So I have no idea. I literally don't know, like, what's going on, if or like, because Mandela effects obviously could be like completely some kind of mental problem, like a memory issue, or it could be who knows what it is. So aside from that, like, yeah, it could be, you know,
What's
designed
your
by entities.
hold on a second? Mandela effects. What's your most what's the most impressive evidence for Mandela effects, Jackie, that you can summon up here?
Well,
now?
it's hard with evidence because it's just memory. Although if other people have the same memory as you, like say with the intestines, for example, I don't think this is something that people actually like talking about, but on Reddit they do. But yeah, so a lot of people remember the intestines being like in a zigzag, orderly state, and now it's just all jumbled. That's just one anatomy example. And a lot of people remember that. So it's like, you know, where is that memory coming from? Whatever.
Is there one I heard where people believe that the heart is on the left?
Oh yeah, but see, that's everyone focuses on these main Mandela effects, just one anatomy change for years and years, and they just keep talking about the heart. And I get that, but there's
what
actually
is the
a lot.
Mandela effect about the heart? Can you tell us that one? Because I heard there is one about the heart as well.
People remember it being on the left, far on the left, and now it's like centered.
Yeah, and what's your memory of that one?
Oh yeah, I do remember it on the left as well, but there's so many other changes, like to our skull. Well, for me, like I'm not an expert or anything, but it's like I just, you know, remember, you know, people's faces looking differently, like the skull looking differently, the skeleton, certain what's that? The appendix being different too, because it's weird. Because like I'm just like, oh yeah, the appendix looks weird now. That wasn't because I check diagrams often, and this is like last year that the appendix was fat, like whatever, like on the end of, actually that's what it used to look like. It actually is just like now it's like a noodle, like coming off the end of the large intestine. And then I said to someone who is in the community, like, I don't remember it being like this little noodle off the thing. And I've been looking at the intestines, obviously, for like ages now, because like for months, because I remember the intestines being a zigzag. So I think it was like actually like puffy. And then now it's gone into like this noodle coming off the end. And they already had a slide on it from like years before. So I'm like, well, for years ago, it probably was normal for me, because it was normal for me like months ago, or like, you know, the last time I checked the diagrams. And then now it's different. But anyways, I didn't really mean to get fully into the Mandela stuff, because it's really like just makes you sound like an idiot.
I've never heard anyone. They say it started because there were people who believed that Nelson Mandela died in the 80s or something, and they remember his funeral on television. But I've never met anybody who thought that. I've never met one single person in my life who thinks that.
Yeah, I didn't even know he existed until the Mandela effect. Had no idea.
Okay.
So I can't comment on that one. And I've never, you know, I learned about the Mandela effect in 2023, so I'm late to the party. Didn't know it existed before that. And so far, I have not seen anyone die and come back to life or die 3 times or 4 times. What I have experienced though is weird stuff, like looking into the Thomas the Tank Engine, Mandela effects to do with the name. Like some people remember it being called, what was it, Thomas and Friends now? For me, it was Thomas the Tank Engine, and then for Americans, it's, I don't know, whatever. I was looking into it like early last year, so I kind of forget like what the other title is. My main anchor memory title is Thomas the Tank Engine. But anyways, I was looking into that Mandela effect, reading through all the comments on the debate over the title for that for about an hour. And then
I
I'm
think
on
we've just had
TikTok.
a Mandela effect live on the show. I don't know why. I have no idea why, but the URL for the fucking StreamYard has literally changed. I didn't change it. I don't know what that's about. But how did you guys get on it? Do. Exactly. Something weird has happened. Maybe
What
it
do you
is a
mean?
Mandela effect. The
Well,
fucking
it
It's the
link you
depends.
aliens.
use.
It's the
Was it
fucking
always that
aliens.
way, or did it actually
No, I've been
change?
using the same URL for fucking
Oh,
show
okay.
after show, and I don't know why it's suddenly fucking different. What the
Okay.
fuck? It used to have a PP at the end, and now it's 4x6 at the end. Very strange. I don't know.
Yeah, that's
What's the pinned
that's
one
weird.
say in the stream? Can anyone see it? What does your one say, Jackie?
Oh
The
yeah,
one that
4x6.
you're
Yeah, 4x6
weird,
is what mine
very
says.
strange. I've been literally using the same stream again and again. I don't know. Anyway,
Right.
maybe it's a Mandela effect. Maybe it's a techno fuck up. I don't know. Anyway, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, it's hard to say. But yeah, so I was looking up that Mandela effect, and on TikTok, I saw a video saying that the lady who created the book or whatever, she or the TV show, one of the two, she passed away. And I'm just thinking, oh, okay, like probably years ago, right? Like I just looking into this Mandela effect out of nowhere, and surely she must have died years ago, not a couple of hours before. I was like, what? I didn't see it. I had no idea I didn't see it, and that made me think of it and then look into it or anything. I didn't know she died. It was like she died like hours prior. I was like, what the hell? And then I look into Quicksilver because it's the way it is for me. Like it's always been Quicksilver without the C, because that's a marketing thing where you don't spell things correctly. So I'm from these realities, like typically where things are not spelt correctly for marketing, but some people remember things being spelt correctly. So they remember like Quicksilver with the C or whatever. So that's the thing on Reddit. So I was looking into that on Reddit, just reading people's comments. And then again, see that the Quicksilver person died. Oh, surely years ago. No, a couple of hours before. I'm like, are you serious? This keeps happening to me. So yeah, if I look into people, they die. Except for Ansel Elgort, because I looked up Ansel's movies the other night, and then next morning he's got a newborn baby. So he lucked out, he didn't die. So anyway. Yeah, crazy
Jackie,
stuff.
are you Australian or a Kiwi?
Australian.
Oh, fuck.
Well, is that bad?
Yeah, yeah. Well, what part of
okay.
Australia, Jackie, are you in? If you don't mind me
Brisbane.
asking. Oh, I've been to
Brisbane.
Brisbane.
Well,
Brisbane.
I'm from Sydney originally. Like, I was born in Sydney.
I've been to
lived
Sydney
there,
and
yeah.
Brisbane. So there you go.
Oh, yeah, nice.
One thing about Brisbane is that those fucking lizards everywhere. Like you have these lizards, like we have pigeons. You have these big fuck off
yeah.
lizards everywhere. And I remember I was
We
in
do.
the the botanical gardens, sitting down on a bench, and outside the glass house, and
Oh,
those
yeah.
fuckers were running around my feet. They're very big. What type of lizard are they? They're fucking huge things. What are they called?
Maybe like I don't know.
The most common one. They're the most common one.
My
They're
brain's
quite big.
blanking on the.
No problem. Yeah,
I'm not an expert on lizard types, but we have like the blue tongue lizard, which is definitely not what you're talking about, but yeah, we have a lot of lizards just running around.
You got those poisonous toads everywhere, fucking snakes, fucking. Oh my god, what a place! What a fucking place!
Are you talking about the people or the wildlife?
Well, them too. Them too. We won't say
Yeah,
anything
I'm not
else.
a huge fan of the reptiles. Myself, my friend has a snake, which is kind of cute. I've tried to, you know, see
Is that what he
snakes
calls it?
and stuff in a different light, but
Dude.
Okay,
yeah,
Jackie. Jackie, would you like to introduce yourself? It's great that you're here because
Yeah.
you're often in the comments. I'm delighted you've come on here. Would you like to introduce yourself? And this is a question I ask people: what the hell is going on in this strange existence?
Oh yeah, I'm so bad at this stuff. Like what I'm Jackie is like how do we introduce ourselves here? Like is it like a
You
school
don't
thing
have
where
to
you're
go
like,
too
oh hi?
personal. You don't have to go too personal.
Oh.
Don't worry.
I'm 33. Yeah, I'm from Sydney.
Yeah,
What do
don't
you
give too much
have
info
you
out.
no don't give too much detail. Have you had any strange paranormal experiences in life aside from your Mandela effects?
Aside from the Mandela effects, sleep paralysis. I've had some weird sleep experiences, weird dreams, which I mean that's kind of normal. Honestly, not really. I haven't seen any ghosts. I haven't had like paranormal activity. I've had synchronicities, a lot of synchronicities. Um,
Yeah.
yeah, I've had that thing like where you're like falling asleep and you know you hear different people, you know, say, I guess Max just anyway.
Matt's had to go. Well, Matt, thanks for joining us. American Zombie, it was great to have you on the show. Hopefully you'll come back again soon. So yeah, go ahead, Jackie. So when you were asleep, you what you heard voices when you
Yeah,
were
like
falling
you know
asleep?
how you hear someone say your name before you sleep? I've had it since I
No,
was like
I've
a
never had that.
teenager.
I've never even heard
Oh,
of that.
really?
Mm.
Well, yeah, it's a common thing. Like I
What
looked
is
it
it?
up and like a lot of people experience it, but for me it's like a different voice. Like it's like a different gender and a different tone of voice. And sometimes it's not even like human. Um and
That's
yeah,
weird.
it's pretty freaky and like yeah, like you can hear it clear as day, like someone just saying your name, like Jackie, right before you're falling asleep. And yeah, it's just like that in between, like when you're lying in
Did you
bed
have
before you're like
the?
falling asleep
I
is
mean, it's not
weird.
really supernatural. It's just a weird thing. Did you have that thing where I remember as a kid, I used to have this feeling that I was falling just as I was going to sleep. You know, I used to have this.
Oh
I was
yeah.
falling. Apparently, the reason we have that is coming. I heard someone. This guy told me this recently that it comes from when we were apes or monkeys in the tree, and basically we were little baby monkeys, baby apes, and we used to fall asleep in the tree, and we used to literally jolt because we felt like we were falling, and it made us
Mm,
hold on to the branch. It made us hold on to the branch so we didn't fall or hold on to our
that's
mother. You know,
interesting. It's
that
an
was
interesting
the
theory.
yeah, that was the theory that basically because we were falling asleep, the brain made you react so that you felt like you were falling, so that you'd grab tighter onto whatever it is that was supporting you, so that you slept soundly. That's the theory. I think it's an interesting one. But going back to your views, you said you had a synchronicity. What were they? Would you mind telling us any of those?
Um, I guess it's just like if I think about something, then it will like show up. You know what I mean? Like in reality sometimes. Um, like I'll think about like I'll give one example that I kind of have physical proof of. Because I do have physical evidence of my synchronicities where like I was thinking about I typed into Chat GBT to create me um, a gesture like creating a world within a dewdrop. This is just one example. This is the like because I'm blanking, so I'm just pulling out whatever comes to my head first. And that one really stood out to me because um, yeah, I
So
created
you
this.
are. So let me get this right. You asked ChatGPT to create an image of a world inside a dewdrop.
Like a jester creating like an inverted world inside a dewdrop. I don't know. I create AI art, so I was just thinking about what I just like. My brain just kind of comes up with random stuff, so that's what it came up with inside a dewdrop. And then I went on to Reddit and looked at the DMT subreddit randomly. And I don't really go on Reddit as much these days. In the beginning, I was on Reddit all the time, and then I kind of just got sick of the arguing and all that, so I just stayed away from it. But yeah, every now and then I'll pop in and see what trip reports, because I'm very interested in salvia and DMT trip reports. They fascinate me, so I look into that stuff extensively and read all the comments and go through what people have experienced and whatnot. And then I saw someone had done the same thing. I think it was like a day before or something, and they had posted like a being, like what they saw. They had a trip or whatever where they saw this entity creating a world inside a dewdrop, and it looks so similar to mine. I have both of these pictures, so I don't know, like, you know, I could send them to you later or whatever. But yeah, it's crazy because, like, well, that's
anyway,
just
so the point is, you designed this image using AI,
yeah,
and it was you thought it was a pretty unique and strange image, but then you went on Reddit and near enough
yeah,
straight away afterwards, and you saw
yeah.
a similar image.
Yeah, very similar to mine. Yeah, the person had created an AI image for his trip report, and then I started seeing all these, like, I've been reading trip reports for ages, and now, you know, there's these trip reports about dewdrops and worlds and all this sort of stuff. I remember this was months ago. I remember like the exact trip reports and the details and that, but I was kind of shocked because I'd never read uh you know, about anyone having experiences with dewdrops or whatever. So um, that was weird to see. And it's kind of like, if you think about something, then maybe it will turn up in trip reports. And that raises a whole lot of other questions about, are people even real or whatever, because that shouldn't be possible. But you can kind of integrate your thoughts into what people see in trips, I believe, because I think it's happened a few other times where I've thought about something, come up with something, and seen that now there's a trip report about it. But then there's, you know, obviously trips that you could not even possibly, yeah, crazy stuff, kind of imagine. But yeah.
Interesting. Okay.
But yeah, I haven't seen ghosts. Like, what supernatural experiences are you really looking for? Like, what
No,
have you?
anything. It doesn't really matter. I mean, it's
Oh,
whatever comes up. So, Jackie,
oh,
what do you think these synchronicities are saying? What are they? What are they, like, in your view? Or is it just quantum
I think
entanglement?
it's
Is it just
trolling
a
personally. I think
phenomenon?
that there are
Okay.
entities out there who can control what we see. Um, I don't know how well. I think it's really beyond our understanding. People talk about when they smoke, you know, this stuff. When they're in that space, they can actually understand things very quickly, and um, they can understand a lot. It's kind of telepathic. People talk about telepathy a lot when it comes to entities, aliens, NDE experiences, trips. Like, it's telepathy all over the place, everywhere. So there's clearly entities out there who speak and communicate telepathically. But you also get like an upgrade when you're in a different state of consciousness where you can absorb information quickly, which is what people keep saying. I don't know if it's true. I haven't done any of this stuff ever, so I have no idea. But they're saying that you can kind of speed up that process. So it's possible that we in this state cannot understand what reality is. But to me, I really believe that there's an intelligence. There are like personal attacks, like, or personal uh or maybe not attacks. I mean, it's hard to, I don't know how to interpret it. It feels like an attack, but they're like digs. And I feel like with this stuff, like this trolling, kind of, maybe it's designed to make you feel insane. I feel like we're in a like thriller movie. That's what it feels. The vibes are like thriller movie.
So basically,
Like,
basically, you feel like we're in an existence where there is like a demon like entity
Well, not
tormenting us.
one, not one. I feel like it could be one. It could, there's a few options here. There could be multiple different entities, either created by your own consciousness and like the whole thing, which is, I believe that a lot, yeah, I feel like your consciousness can, have influence, but I really think it's like entities outside of that. I think it could be multiple, or it could be one.
Can I ask why are you thinking this? What do you think is why have you got such a hunch?
It's just intuition because of what I've experienced, because it seems like these changes, Mandela effects and all that is trolling. I look at it from a sense of humor standpoint. I can see the sense of humor to it. I can see the trickster nature. There's trickster entities, right? I can see the trickster nature. And just I'll give you one personal Mandela effect that other people have not experienced. It's personal to me. That will show you that it seems like a personal attack. And I'll explain that later why. But I feel like it is either multiple different entities, like people talk about the Nordics, there's machine elves, there's jesters, there's all kinds of different entities people talk about. There's greys, aliens, whatever. But they all communicate in the same way. Everyone experiences different appearances, but they all communicate in the same way. And then there's the mantis beings. People talk about the mantis beings as well a lot, like praying mantis stuff. But these mantis beings can shapeshift apparently into like what looks like a human. So it's like if these beings can shapeshift and look human, and people talk about reptilians too, there's all that. There's all these different things. It is either one evil, in my opinion, evil entity playing finger puppets, right? Finger puppets with all this stuff. So it's one entity masquerading as like all these different little archetypes that people see, or they're actually separate and they all just communicate the same way for some reason, and we don't. They don't have money systems, nothing. It's like they're so different we're very devolved is from like a lot of these beings, so we don't really fit.
You feel like they're higher beings. Okay, Jackie, you seem to make out that everyone is having a trip and seeing beings that could be termed negative entities that are.
Oh, some of them are not. Some of them are not reported.
That's the question I was gonna ask you. Are there any goodies out there? Are there any good guys?
Oh yeah, some people report that. Do I trust that they're good? Do I trust that they're not like deceiving people, and just putting on a front to trick people? I really don't trust any of them at all. Like if I were to go into that space, I wouldn't trust anything they say. I really think that the intentions are pretty evil in my I think that if there were good entities out there with power.
So basically, you're saying these entities that appear good are apparitions, like that are putting us into a full sense of security, and their intentions are bad. Okay,
yeah,
Jackie,
I think
this is quite. Jackie, what is this existence that you're saying all these things? What do you think? Why are they doing this? What is going on here? Is there a way out? How did it start?
It's kind of like the Truman Show, maybe. It could be alien entertainment. A lot of people say on Salvia, like there's so many different experiences, but a common experience on Salvia is that, we're in a Truman Show. Everyone knows. They always talk about this. Everyone knows something it's like a solipsistic view. It's very solipsistic. Like everyone you talk to is in on it. They all know that this is just some kind of alien entertainment movie. And you don't know. And they're waiting for you to wake up to the fact that you're an actor in this whole thing. And it's so vague. It's so vague, but this is, people don't get given much. And if they do get given more than that, they're not allowed to remember. You see other compilation videos of like the DMT side of things where people get told, everything, their explanations for everything. And then they come back and they're like, oh, you know, they don't remember. They were like, oh, I was going to tell everyone. I was going to tell everyone this is it. But now can't remember. They just take it from their memory. So there's that as well. If there's so many concerns, it's like if our memory can be like, what are we forgetting? Like, what are we experiencing at any given moment and then forgetting because they're wiping, you know, it's like wipe, then do it again, wipe. Like, I don't know, because people remember stuff as well. They'll go into these spaces and be like, oh, like I remember now, I remember being here, I remember that, you know, there's so many different types of experiences that all lead to a conclusion, right? That like there's similar conclusions and there's out there conclusions, but it's like it can't be all of them. But these, you know, trips will, and like even just in reality, will show you, will lead you to a certain conclusion.
Right, right.
But it can't be all of them. It can't be like, but they all trying to tell you, basically most of them are trying to tell you that reality is not what it seems. That is what all of them say, is that reality is not what it seems, but they give you this, oh, this is what's going on. You've been a bucket your whole life and you've just been imagining that you're a human or whatever, like you're an inanimate object.
Pop it,
You know, they'll
pop it
tell
in
you.
the bucket. Now, Jay says Jackie has fascinating takes. She should come on the panel more often. Here. That would be very good indeed. We have Dreamer of Life, who's here as well. The lovely Glaswegian. Two lovely ladies from different sides of the planet. Dreamer of Life, what are you getting from Jackie and what she's been saying, if you have indeed been listening?
Hello, I've just tuned in. I was listening earlier on, but it was hard to get in, but here I am.
Okay, so Jackie is basically suggesting that there are negative entities, forces at play behind the scenes, pulling strings, tormenting us, watching us as if we're in a Truman Show. And basically all the kind of drug-induced trips that people have are generally trying to show them that reality is not all there is. There is something beyond the veil of existence. Am I right, Jackie? Is that more or less it?
Yes.
Dream of Life, have you got anything to say on the matter?
It's interesting, you know, like obviously that there is something here. It was interesting when you were talking about the Darwin theory. Like he's basically telling people, so they're taking God away and he's basically saying he's king of the apes, you know, like a gorilla shits on its hand and throws it to the other gorilla, you know, like and basically removing God, you know, and saying human, you have evolved for a shit flinging monkey to this civilized evolved monkey, you know. It's absolute bullshit, you know, like they've took God out of the equation and they removed divinity, and just to say you're an animal, you're not divine, you know, like so
But hold on. Couldn't it be both? Couldn't it be both? That animals are also divine. Why does it just have to be humans? And couldn't evolution just? Why do religious people always say that, you know, evolution is an argument against God? Is there not a happy medium where there could be both evolution and God?
Darwin, like he removed God completely, and he's basically called himself like he had a thought, right? So like, where is the proof in that? Because they dug up a bone or whatever, but God has proof. You know what I mean? Like, but they're telling a group of people that this is the answer. You are a monkey. You know, like they're like removing God, and they're basically saying you're an animal, like and that's it. Like, so he's declaring himself as an animal, you know.
But
like,
you know, Dreamer, the evidence is pretty overwhelming. I mean, if you want me to, I could pull up a slideshow of them. It's too late now. But if you want,
you a
we could do.
Do you believe in that theory?
Look, I think I can see. Have you know animal husbandry, right? You can see that traits carry through the generations. You can see it happening. So why wouldn't that happen in nature? And why wouldn't it be that traits favorable to survival survive, and traits that are, let's just say, a problem for the individual who has them, cause that individual not to be able to pass on those traits. Why is that such an out there idea? I mean, I think it makes perfect sense.
Why is God such a bad idea, or like Godhood? Like
I'm not saying God, but again, I'm not. Look, Dreamer, please.
You are animals. You are a monkey.
Dreamer. Again, I did say I'm confused why the people lump these two things together as if evolution is in and of itself an argument against God. I don't think that is the case. It could
Why
be
don't you think that?
It could be that
it's going against
no. Hold on. It could be that God's divine plan. All right. I don't know what God's divine plan, but it could be that God's divine plan was to cause life to happen and for it to spark off into all these various directions, so that humans would one day question this. This is an interesting one. Either it's part of the divine plan for a reason we know not why, or it could also be a test of faith. I mean, it could be that evolution happened, God caused it to happen, so that we question God's existence, and therefore, if we orient ourselves in the world without a God, we become more in. Let's just say we're accountable. We feel like we're only accountable to ourselves, and then I suppose the question might become, what would we do if we thought there wasn't a God? And that might be the real test. If we are indeed being tested, okay, by an almighty power, it would make sense, in my view, that power would make it appear that it did not exist, so that it could see if we were indeed good people, if we were acting out of our own intentions, rather than being held, under duress to act in a certain way. Because if we feel like God might not exist, does that not give us a wider scope of possible behavior? Because we may not fear going to hell. So therefore, that God could judge us, I would say, better, because, that person is acting on their own merits, and they're not being held under duress. They're not being held under duress. So therefore, the judging would be probably more sensible, because I don't know if that made any sense. It's a bit late. Does that make any sense?
They made a judgment and said that you're animals. That was the judgment.
Again, you're actually making out that that's a bad thing. I don't know whether it is a bad thing to be an animal. What's wrong with being an animal?
It interested me. Like, I thought it was really fascinating, the debate and the conversations, and talking about science declares it's a fact and all this. It was interesting. I find these topics really interesting, but I definitely don't believe in Darwinism. I don't believe that we are evolved from a monkey. Obviously people can be very animalistic, but why is the monkeys still not evolving now and turning into humans? Like, when you look at a wee baby monkey, it has hands like ours, but they're not turning into humans. So it's interesting.
I'd like to jump in if that's all right.
Yes.
I just want to challenge a couple of presumptions. Is it Divine? Is that your name?
Dreamer of life. Dreamer.
Dreamer. I'm sorry. I can't see.
I can't hear you too well.
Okay. Okay. How can we alleviate that? My volumes are pretty high.
It might be me. 2 seconds.
Yeah, turn up the volume on your speaker there.
Does everyone else hear me okay?
I hear you fine, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right.
Sorry,
Dreamer,
I think
I
need to plug my phone in.
Is that okay now?
Sometimes, just a note,
you,
sometimes you come across
low.
a little bit fuzzy. It's a little bit fuzzy, the voice. But
Yeah,
I
know that. Yeah. It's my settings,
Is
mate.
she from Ireland? Have you seen any elves in Ireland? I just want to ask, sorry.
Have I seen elves in Ireland?
No, I was joking.
No,
but,
I haven't. You mean leprechauns?
Oh yeah, leprechaun. Sorry, like
Now
we're
we
the elves.
already went over racism. There's no need to be racist, okay?
No,
I'm
no,
not.
I'm joking.
I just thought it's interesting. I'm not arguing with people, you know, or anything. Like,
No,
I think it's
hold on.
really
She's not from
interesting.
Ireland anyway.
It's
She's
good
from
to listen to
Scotland.
people.
Everyone is saying you're from Ireland, Dream of
Oh,
Life,
you're
but
from
you're
Scotland.
Scottish.
Sorry,
Top of the morning.
She's
my last name
You're
is
from
Scottish.
Scotland.
but she is from Glasgow, so she probably does have. Are you a Rangers or Celtic supporter, Dreamer?
Oh, I don't bother with it at all.
But what about your brothers,
I
if
don't
you have
bother
any
with the
brothers, or
football.
what about your brothers or your dad? What were they, Celtic or Rangers?
I don't know.
Oh, you're
I don't
lying.
bother
You
with
know,
it at all.
because that's how
Isle
you
of
know.
Man actually came up in a genetic test, but I don't know how accurate they are. But on
Sorry,
my
say that
mum's
again.
side,
Well, you have a
Isle of
name that's probably
Man.
Isle of Man. You're
Well,
Manx, are
my
you?
my last name is Scottish, but the thing is, I was adopted, so my real last names were Cliff and Bridge. My mum's last name, my birth mum's last name was Cliff, and
Dude,
my dad's last name
don't
was
give all your
Bridge.
personal info up, mate.
Oh, sorry.
Oh
Oh,
yeah,
sorry.
yeah,
Well,
yeah.
they're not.
All right,
You know.
all right,
Anyways,
all
they're
right.
not in.
Whatever.
Anyways, but
Uh,
but yeah. So I don't mind. I'm in Australia
you're
anyways.
Manx. You're Manx. You're Manx. You got some Isle. Apparently, the Isle of Man has one of the oldest. Supposedly, it had one of the oldest parliaments in the world. Like it was one of the first places to have an active parliament. Apparently, I don't
Oh,
know.
really? Wow.
Am I right about that? I believe so.
Anyway, I want to jump in.
I'll look it up now.
Sorry.
Yeah, no worries. Just so Dreamer of Life, you were saying how evolution removes God. I would like to suggest that perhaps God was unjustly inserted in the first place. So I think you may have that backwards.
So what gives you that? Like,
well, I mean,
come to that
the point I'm making there is obviously before we had access to understanding of the world and everything that goes on, of course, people appealed to gods and the supernatural. That's an absolutely natural and expected response to not understanding everything that goes on, throughout the millennia and the centuries. I don't have a problem with that. But in doing that, God was unjustly inserted. And all that's happened over time as we've become more knowledgeable about science, etc., we've realized that God isn't as necessary as we once thought he was, or they were, or whatever. So I'm not sure that it's removing God as much as it's highlighting how God was never necessary for a lot of stuff, for example. That's the first thing. And the second thing I'll say as well, I think you need to be careful of appealing to consequences, even if we take it that evolution removes God, which is a discussion we can have.
What do you mean by appealing to consequences? It's just,
I'm sorry.
It's just interesting, just inquiring about it. I thought that it was an interesting topic, and
I'm not trying to knock you off your perch here, mate. I'm just joining the conversation. I'm just saying, if let's say, for example, evolution makes people believe in God less than they otherwise would, then some people might say, well, then that leads us down the road of not having morals, etc. But that doesn't mean the claim that God is true is actually a statement of fact.
But what makes a statement of fact that Darwinism is true?
I've articulated
that. Yerf dogs. Did you get my point? That it doesn't necessarily have to mean that.
Abiogenesis. Yeah, that you're right. Abiogenesis would have an impact on the creation story, but no one knows the answer to that question, so it's moot. But evolution could easily be incorporated into theism.
And you get how it could be seen as it may be a fact. Evolution may be a fact, and it may be by design, because God might be testing us, like how we operate in a world where we think God doesn't exist. That might be the ultimate test of our own individual morality. Do you get my argument? Yeah.
No, believing in evolution would be a test of our morality.
Yeah, because if what I'm saying is if we looked at evolution and thought God didn't exist, then we might we'd be acting under the impression there wasn't anything watching us, and in that sense, I would say that's a true test of our morality, because we're not.
Yeah, that's appeal to consequences in my book.
Well, what I mean is there's no like in a typical sense. If you believe in God, it's kind of like duress, because you think there's this big guy in the sky, and he's going to send you to hell if you're naughty. Okay, if you don't have that worry. Okay, if you think God doesn't exist,
you're bringing
morality,
like
if you think God doesn't exist, well then, I would say that's a better test of your own morality, whether you're a good person.
I got you.
Because you're acting without a fear of consequence, and basically, yeah, after you die, maybe God does exist, and he goes, yeah, I do exist, surprise. But you know what? You weren't a bad geezer or a bad lady. You acted well. So you get my point. That would be, in my view, a better test of a person's morality and virtue. That's my view on it.
I got you.
Sorry, I interrupted there. Dreamer or Jackie, have you got anything to say? They've shut up. Anybody else want to come on? Link is in the live chat. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm not sure what I think about. Have you heard of Donald Hoffman? Because he talks about evolution, but his argument is towards simulation theory. So it's interesting that he integrates evolution and matches it. I forget exactly how, but I would like your opinion. So if you want to check him out later and then get back to me on another live, that would be good to hear your opinion, because he's pretty intelligent.
Yeah, we can do that if you want. Just come on next time, and we'll have a chat about that. Yeah.
But yeah, he has some
Donald
interesting
Hoffman,
views on it.
You said? Did you say Donald Hoffman?
Yeah, Donald Hoffman. Yeah, he's a physicist. Right. He's really old, but yeah. Sorry.
We'll look him up.
Oh yeah, he's interesting for sure. And Danny Gola is another one. He's the founder of the code in the wall. No, he smokes.
Oh, I've seen this Donald Hoffman before. Yeah, I've seen this dude. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah, and Danny Gola, he's like a DMT dude. He's even recently put it into his veins, so he's going hardcore. And yeah, he and a lot of other people, but he's the founder. He saw code through a laser. I mean, this is I don't know if you guys know, but it's all over like YouTube. A lot of people are aware of it at the moment, and they're doing experiments to try and figure out what the code is, because everyone can see it. Everyone can see the same code when they smoke DMT and look through a laser on a wall, whatever. And yeah, I'm friends with him. I talk to him on his lives.
Hold on. I've never heard this. So basically, you smoke DMT and then you look through what?
A laser. Yeah, a laser. I'm not exactly sure how, but you look through a laser,
and everyone can see.
And it's like on the wall, and then you see.
Is it like ones and zeros? Is it like ones and zeros?
No, it's not. It's not. They don't know what it is. They can't. The only way that they can describe it is by saying that it's some type of code, but they really are they're still doing experiments. Everyone's seeing this thing, and it's not like it moves with you. So it's not like a hallucination where, things kind of move around. In a sense, it's solid, right? And anyone who said that they've seen like an entity on the other, this one chick anyway. So it's like looking through a hole in a keyhole in a door or whatever, and seeing someone move around on the other side. But you're staying, everything else is staying still. I don't know how to explain, but yeah, with the code, it kind of is just, it's still, and it's as well, and it I don't know. They explain it way better than me, and
we will watch a quick video on it. I'm going to watch a quick video on it in a moment, Jackie. Okay, but at the moment,
there is a newcomer.
There is a newcomer.
There is a newcomer.
So I'm going to have to put this across.
There is a newcomer. There is a
1
newcomer.
second, guys.
There
Oh,
is a newcomer. There is a
There's a newcomer, so I'm going over this. They're called Prophet Quazim. Prophet Quazim, you're on the show. What would you like to say? Oh, fuck off. Oh, jeez. It's pathetic,
oh, was
isn't
it a
it?
troll?
Yeah, some kind of fucking asshole.
I
Anyway,
was
there you go.
hoping to
You
hear
got
what
your.
he said. That sounded quite interesting. He started off well.
I don't know what he said.
It sounded like an alien.
Anyway,
Got an alien on the
he
Another
he had
planet.
his 3 seconds of enjoyment. It's about the same as a male orgasm, so there you go. He's happy for the night.
I was just about to say that probably was enough for him to finish off.
Yeah. So, Jackie, I'm gonna put this on for you if I can find it. Joe Rogan and Eddie Bravo on laser matrix conspiracy. Okay, 1 second now.
Okay, sure, yeah, Joe Rogan, yep. Okay.
Can you see that, guys? Can you see that? Yeah.
I can't see
No.
the video.
You can't
I
see
really
it?
like your
No,
background
don't see
though, it's
anything.
great. I love this moving
Oh,
Illuminati.
right, 1 second. Oh, I know what it is. I know what it is. I haven't actually shared it. Duh. Okay, there we go. So we'll go here.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I love this.
There we go.
Okay.
Okay, you ready?
Have you seen the DMT red laser light thing?
I've heard about that.
Yo,
I heard it's nuts. Have you done it? Have you seen
no,
it?
but I've seen a
No.
bunch of videos on it. Apparently, if you do DMT and you shoot a red laser. I sent Jamie a video. If you see shoot a red laser, you see the matrix, you see code.
Yeah.
And everybody sees the same shit.
Everybody. Not
Yes.
only that, but
It's
if you
real
like get
shit.
above the laser and you look down,
Yes.
you see layers of code.
Yes. Check this
Okay,
out.
also,
Look
Chase
at this.
Hughes,
Look-
I just saw a video of him saying he saw it too.
Yeah,
He didn't
this
talk
is
about
on
it.
Chase
It's
Hughes.
the same
Is
thing
he a
said.
famous scientist or something?
No, he was just on the podcast though.
This guy was?
Yeah, he's a
his
mind control expert that explains psyops and
I've
how
seen it on Instagram, and I heard you and Danny talking about it. So you've done it.
Yeah, I saw it on Instagram and flew Danny to my house right away.
Like, break this down for people because it got shared amongst my group, and it's like, what the fuck?
Exactly. And that's the only question you're still going to have after you see it.
It doesn't answer any questions. It just invites a lot more.
Yeah, nothing else. There's code. Absolutely, there is code.
So the code's not like spinning there. It's like it's literally like kind of written out static.
It's static. I can move the laser up and down and see all of the letters, but it's like
What the fuck is that like? Why is it all lines?
three-dimensional. So I can get close to the wall. I can look down inside of the laser that way, and I can look up in the laser that way.
What's your best guess at explaining that?
I would be a fool.
Okay. We can just leave it at that.
Can't somebody
Maybe
write
it's
the code
universal
down?
consciousness that we're projecting.
They just
something
discovered
onto
this.
Well, I bet some eggheads probably
I know.
are.
I know the
People
guy who
have.
discovered it.
People
man.
have.
Really?
I don't know him personally, but Brandon McCaffrey.
Mate, I don't know what the fuck's going on the screen. Is that another Mandela effect? What's going on? Oh, that's that one. Motherfucker.
Danny talking about it. So you've done it.
Yeah, I saw it on Instagram and flew Danny to my house right away.
Like, break this down for people because it got shared amongst my group, and it's like, what the fuck?
Exactly. And that's the only question you're still going to have after you see it.
It doesn't answer any questions. It just invites a lot
Nothing.
more.
Yeah, nothing else. There's code. Absolutely, there is code.
So the code's not like spinning there. It's like it's literally like kind of written out static.
It's static. I can move the laser up and down and see all of the letters, but it's like three-dimensional. So I can get close to the wall. I can look down inside of the laser that way, and I can look up in the laser that way.
What's your best guess at explaining that?
I would be a fool.
Okay. We can just leave it at that.
Can't somebody
Maybe
write
it's
the
I don't know why the fucking screen's doing that. It's never happened before. What the fuck is that about? Can you hear me, guys?
Yes.
Is any? Yeah.
Yep.
What the fuck?
Yeah, that's Danny right there. But yeah, he's
I suppose we should watch this one.
Have you ever seen that DMT experiment where they shine the laser on the wall?
Yeah.
What did you make of that?
I think it's interesting. I think it is. I'm not persuaded that the code of the simulation is being revealed through this process. I mean, I appreciate the attempt to assess something like that. I think it's as an idea. I think it's very cool. I've gone to the website of the guy who's at the forefront of this DMT laser examination technique. Has some weird stuff like eating chocolate and viewing it through a glass of water. I mean,
really? I haven't seen that one.
The obvious issue is that if you're taking a drug that causes visual hallucinations in order to see this otherwise invisible phenomenon, that it could very well be a product of hallucinations.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. But the fact is like the interesting thing is you're giving, so he says that I think hundreds of people have done it and reported to him seeing the same exact code that he describes, which is this like Sanskrit looking Japanese katakana style matrix dripping code that exists behind this laser beam when it's projected on a wall. And like, I don't know if I know like, I haven't done a lot of DMT, but I know people explain that DMT is, a lot of people see very similar things when they're on DMT, like similar patterns. Some people see these elve things, but there's nothing else that I've ever heard of that is consistent across a lot of experiences similar to this code that people are explaining they're seeing. And I mean, one of my questions when I asked him, I was like, is it an issue that they're watching your documentary and seeing this code on the wall, and then they're trying to do it themselves, and they're kind of confirming what they already were expecting to see? Is that a problem? I don't know.
I would say it is a problem.
Yeah.
But it's a common problem. I mean, same thing with the machine elves, as you said. And this has been studied from pretty much the beginning of psychedelic research. Heinrich Kluver coined this term form constants, and he was very interested in this idea that people's visual distortions or hallucinations under the influence of mescaline appear to have certain themes, like a honeycomb pattern or a spiderweb type pattern or like a sort of tube type pattern or whatever. And now you hear people describing, often seeing Alex Gray type imagery. Is that because many people who are interested in psychedelics have been exposed to Alex Gray imagery? Is it because Alex Gray was able to capture some kind of characteristic that is maybe just present in the psychedelic experience because we have similar central nervous systems and other visionary people? I mean, one thing about Alex Gray is that he's using a lot of motifs that have also been explored in religious artwork as well. So it's not as if he's the only person to ever explore these types of images. They do obviously have a particular resonance with people that use psychedelics, but I think that there's this interplay between human biology and psychology and art where it's all interwoven.
Gallimore was explaining how throughout history there has been multiple documents of people taking different psychedelics and explaining how they saw code on different psychedelics throughout history in various studies. So, but I don't know if any of them were as similar as this DMT thing. You know, it's interesting to me that like if this DMT is actually stripping away this sort of brain filter hypothesis, how you have like these filters that filter reality, and the DMT kind of like breaks the filters away. So you're sort of seeing the brain is exposed to more sensory input. And if that's really, if something like that is actually happening, and then you're bringing like a laser into it, like that's a super interesting experiment. And then if it's like, if the laser is acting like a microscope in the visual field or in the brain, it would just be, you know, what does that even mean? You know, if people are all seeing this, is this some sort of like epigenetic thing in the human brain that is happening because we're combining these chemicals, we're taking in these chemicals and exposing ourselves to a certain light frequency? Or like, are we seeing the actual Matrix? Are we living in the fucking Matrix?
I would definitely bet against that. That would be, you know, that would be the last explanation that I would go for, which is not to say that it's impossible.
Right.
But when you're kind of creating the flowchart of possibility, it's usually good to start at the most likely scenario. And then if you can't explain something with the most likely scenario, you then go to the next most likely scenario.
Yeah.
So the most likely scenario in this situation is that a combination of suggestion, expectation, and the visual hallucinations that are produced by DMT are causing people to see characters that they are interpreting as being similar, but they can't really say that with certainty because nobody's able to take a snapshot of whatever it is that they're seeing.
Right.
And it's obviously a better story, and it would feel better if you saw the same thing as someone else than something that was subtly different or totally different. And what even are these characters if you draw them? Are we really totally sure? The very fact that they're unrecognizable and not in a language that we speak gives them a lot of latitude to be different. And then there's also just the kind of language that we use to describe things that are unfamiliar. You know, if you see something that is weird, what do you say about it? If you see lights in the sky, do you say that's a UFO? Do you say that it's gods? Do you say that
you try to fit it into a box
that it's witches? Yeah, it's dependent on your culture and what language you use to describe the unfamiliar and the inexplicable.
Yeah.
So when you look at earlier psychedelic experiences, I don't think I'm aware of the word alien being used very frequently. People saying this seems alien. Often I do see descriptions of things being like Egyptian or associated with other cultures. But I don't think alien in the like early 1960s type stuff. Now you'd see that more frequently because aliens have become a much bigger part of our culture subsequently. And the same thing goes for the way different indigenous groups conceptualize these things, which are very much based on their, like, I would imagine that if you were to go to Peru and do this experiment, the matrix line thing might be less frequently encountered as an explanation because the matrix, I mean, it kind of depends on who you talk to. I'm sure there's people, indigenous cactus users who have also seen the Matrix. It's a pretty popular movie, pretty good movie. But assuming that they haven't seen the Matrix, I have a feeling that and the current popularity of simulation hypothesis thinking wouldn't be the first explanation that they go to.
Hold on, let me crack open this fresh can of
But I don't mean to be a hater on this kind of thing. Like I do, I find all that stuff very interesting, and
so good.
And careful observation of the world is how you discover things. So it's like, I understand how you could look at, you know, someone, you know, looking at a laser through a water glass or whatever and say like, this is like, like, this is ridiculous. But it's like, you probably could have, I'm sure there were people that would have said the same thing about early microscopists, like looking into a droplet of water and saying like, what are they doing? Like, oh, they think they see little like organisms in this drop.
There you go. I think that's enough. We got the picture. Yeah, I am skeptical. We got a social experimentalist here. Social experimentalist, what is it you'd like to say to the world?
Not really sure, but and so what if it's a simulation? So what?
So what? Yeah, I've heard that said before as well, and I would agree with that. Because what does it matter? We're living it. We're feeling it. It's the same as being at a base level reality in that sense. So yeah, I do like what he said there though about how when people take these psychedelics and hallucinatory drugs, they are influenced by the cultures they grow up in or experience. So I think that's something that is, you know, definitely something to take on board here, because people are seeing the things that they're told about, you know, as children, as teenagers, as young adults. They're not seeing things outside of those cultures. So that leads me to believe that it's all in the brain, you know, and it's all cultural indoctrination that is causing these images to be flare up during these trips. But I don't know. What do you think? Sorry, that was you, Jackie, that brought that up. What do you think of it all?
Well, I haven't seen the code, so I don't have access to this experiment. I've seen people, like, there's videos of people looking at it, and I've seen skeptical people look at it and be like shocked, and they look like they're having genuine reactions. So I think that people are seeing something. I really do believe that they're seeing you know, code or whatever. Are we in a VR, like some advanced kind of VR from the future? I mean, VR is getting pretty good at the moment. AI is getting pretty advanced. So, are we in a VR that can be controlled by outside entities, or like us from the future, like the P-52s or the whatever P-70 whatever? Some people talk about us from the future. If time block theory is true and the past, present, and future all happening at once, can there be like a bleeding? It can bleed over into what? It doesn't really make a lot of sense. Like, I'm not smart enough to really. It's like, how would that even work though? Like, if you know our future selves, which maybe we're aliens, like in the future we become so advanced that the aliens are us, and they look like us and they're just more advanced, and then
I'd love to watch I'd love to watch a quick clip of someone actually seeing this shit in real time, you know, someone smoking DM.
Oh, like in real time? Yeah, that would be good. Yeah.
Are there any?
I have not.
Have you watched those?
Not in real time. I've seen.
No, I don't mean in real time. Sorry. I mean someone being videoed under the influence of DMT and claiming to see. Are there any of those videos? Like.
Oh yeah, I linked you one there. There's a few.
Oh, in the private chat. Cool.
And there's like a whole documentary trailer, I believe. Danny Gola is the one that I talk to him. He goes live every day usually, and you can talk to him. I talk to him. I've got him on Instagram. He's got so many interviews, like the whole story behind it and everything. He's just had a baby, so he's pretty busy. I don't know if you get a hold of him some other way, but yeah, I've seen.
Right, we'll give this one a quick watch then, yeah? We'll give this one a quick watch. So you're telling me he is smoking it. He's just smoked DMT, right? And he's gonna see this.
Yeah, this guy. Yeah, this is the skeptical guy. I sent you like
Okay,
oh yeah,
cool.
I'm just talking to him now. I'm asking him about the video. There is a video that Danny made where he described this VR that he kept seeing when he smoked DMT, and he actually got one of his mates to animate what he saw. Like, he described it to him, and he got like he got an animation made where you can actually see what Danny was seeing, and he sees. And
okay.
Anyway, there's this whole story. But anyways, just yeah, watch this.
I'll press play on this one.
Yeah.
So Chase is welcome to the family.
It's good to be here. This is so bizarre. So initially I thought it would be lots of just clean, equally perfectly spaced lines of code, like the way that I was imagining it.
Yeah.
And then looking at it, even I can see it now, some. And none of it makes any sense. And if it was a hallucination, it would move.
When you move, you mean? Like when you move, it will move with you. Is what you mean?
Yeah. Or it would morph. Is what I mean. It could morph over time. And these are like object permanent. And I can see stuff in that direction, and I can move this way, and I can see in that direction. Like I'm looking beyond this little thing right here. And it's just weird. And it's even weirder that we can see it with our eye, you know? There's no microscope here. There's no Large Hadron Collider.
A projection.
You just like shine a laser on a wall, and there's some.
That's the CIA guy.
But you have to bring your consciousness to a different state.
Yeah.
Which actually tells you something very big about what consciousness is. There's a continuum there.
Yeah.
5
It's
minutes.
not just what it is. There's like there's gradation of it.
Yeah, you get to that state, and it's just.
I think you nailed it with the saying that it's weird. Like there's something very bizarre about it. Like you don't expect to ever see this in your lifetime.
Yeah.
It's not something you ever expect to happen to you.
Yeah. And it's not, your brain isn't ready for it. And like when I saw it, the first 10 seconds is, this is a suggestion. I've gotten primed to see this stuff. And then I saw the same characters that you saw, identical characters.
It's not just the content. Would you agree that there's something about the way that it appears that makes it clear? You don't need a research grant. Like for you, when you see it, you're like, oh, it's like it is there. Like it's not. No matter how much I told you, it doesn't matter. Like it's just there. Like,
it's there.
Yeah.
It's plain as day. You can see it, and it's permanent. So like if I move my head down, I can't see him right now anymore. I'm not really back in that state of consciousness right now. But moving my head down, I can see up. Like there's code back behind here and above it, and there's code back down. And it's almost, for me, it's like I'm looking at something that's on the wall and behind the wall at the exact same time. So it's like layered on the wall and 5 feet behind it. So, and then when I try to look up, I can look up, and none of the numbers move or morph or change like we would think, like with a hallucination. Like anytime you hallucinate anything, you're going to have changes start to occur. They're going to have morphology.
They're all looking into it.
You're going to have, because anything that's hallucinogenic, the drug progresses. So I'm going to go through stages of this and stages of that. So things are going to change, but this is constant, and it stays in the same place. And
why do you think they're doing these experiments to test on all you?
Like, oh, you need to squint, you need to imagine it, you need to like work on your visualization skills a little bit more, and then like someone's whispering in your ear, like, oh, imagine that. What if you could see characters in there, and just kind of suggesting these things to you. There's none of that happening, and I'm a pretty skeptical dude, and this is 100% easy to do. You don't need a microscope. You don't need an MRI. You don't need a research grant. You don't need $1 million to perform this thing. And there's no hardcore parameters. Like you throw it on a tripod and it's on a wall beside you. Like there's nothing fancy about this. And this can be duplicated so easily. For me to profess that I know what the F is going on right there, I have none. I have no idea. So if you're watching this, I'm a scientist. No idea what that is.
Nonsense.
But it is written in there. There's 100%. There's code inside of that. And it's not Japanese. It's not English. It's not ones and zeros like I thought it would be, like binary code. It's something else. And it's there. And what's amazing is that it doesn't matter if you move the laser. So like if I'm looking at that map over there, and I'm looking at a hill on that map, and somebody shines a flashlight on that map, you can still see the map. You're just seeing different pieces of the map. And that's exactly what it's like. So when Danny was moving this laser up and down, I was just seeing higher code that was up here and then code down here, just like someone shining a flashlight on it. So it was object permanent. And it was locked in place of like where it is for the most part. There were a few moving parts, some little things that looked like they were like gears, almost like a gear that you would see inside of maybe a cell or something like that. So you know what this reminds me of? The movie Contact, where like there's this weird signal, and eventually if you evolve to a place where you can put this like circus ride thing together with a steel ball with a human in it, then it allows you to transport. But this is like something like if we kind of are able to figure out what the hell this is, there may be some formulaic structure to it that we can start predicting.
Do you think you have enough in you to do a part of that speech from from Contact? Because you look exactly like her dad in the movie.
This is how it's been done for millions of years. And you're an interesting species, an interesting mix. You're capable.
Do you know what? That guy is? He works for. He's on TikTok, and he was working for the CIA. Like, he was a body language expert. I've watched his video. I came across it, and now he's saying he's a scientist, and then he's professing to the people watching the video, you people, whatever. That's what he's saying. They're looking at a laser that is programmed onto a wall, a projection, and making a big deal out of it, and saying, "Oh, you hallucinate." It's a programming. You know. So what is the nature of the purpose of that? You know, it's for you people, you know.
And also, don't go looking at lasers without protective eyewear, just in case anyone's going to try. That's just nonsense. That whole thing was nonsense.
Yep.
Well, you don't look directly into it, but yeah, who knows? I don't know. Oh yeah, so this is him talking about the VR that he sees. So yeah, I like this one.
Hello everyone. I'm about to share a clip
he's not
that I've
the only
deleted
one.
from the previous video that was the update video about everything that's going on with the DMT laser experiment. I decided to remove it from that video because first of all, I was making the other video a little bit too long, but also I felt like it belongs to a family of claims that's a little different. Reason being, everything about the laser you can verify for yourself. There's a few things you got to dial in, but basically you can get the laser and then do the necessary things and verify that what I'm saying is correct for yourself. What I'm about to talk about in this next clip rests entirely on my experience. So I decided to release this clip separately, and I'm recording this little introduction to make a few things clear. First thing I want to make perfectly clear is that I'm not trying to convince anybody. It's simply to start a conversation about a certain experience that I'm having on DMT on a regular basis now. That I've heard some people experiencing similar versions of that, but mine seems to be in the extreme. And one of the main reasons for me releasing this clip is to encourage other people to come forth and talk about that. It's important because there are a lot of experiences that might be very valid that people don't talk about because they're afraid of being ridiculed, and for good reason. Some people told me they lost their jobs for talking about things like that, and even that is to some degree understandable. We are afraid of something we don't understand. We're afraid of individuals who seem to be talking in a way that seems to indicate that we might not know what they're going to say or do next. So that concern is also understandable. But we need to start having a conversation with each other that is much more compassionate and open, because there is a truth to the matter. It either is true or it isn't. Certain things are just like that. But we'll never get to the truth if we try to approach it only from one modality. Some people speak a different language, or their modality of looking at the world is different, but it doesn't render their experiences to be less valid than anybody else's. Science comes at the world by only measuring things. It's super successful, and I'm all for it. However, the other modality of what one might call more spiritual is also a form of science. It's the science of experience, in that we pay close attention to what we're trying to study, which is our experience itself. And there are a lot of things to notice that unless you do that, you don't notice. These points are relevant because when we talk about the world, there are different ways to approach different problems. I'm claiming that we've found one domain in which we need both. We both need to be scientifically rigorous and try to understand how this connects to the rest of what we understand about the world, but we also need to be open to the possibility that there are certain attributes of our experiences, if not all of it, that is an integral part of what reality is doing, in a very real sense. I'm meeting a lot of people online that don't seem to be aware that there's nothing that anybody has ever experienced that was outside of experience. They seem to not understand that even equations that people interact with are still perceived through experience. And if we're going to keep calling each other dumb or misinformed just because we express an opinion that doesn't sit well with somebody else, we'll never get anywhere. So I want to start a trend. I want to try and start a conversation in which I'm expressing my personal experience and I'm describing it in as much detail as I possibly can. And I want to see if it's possible for people to accept what I'm saying without immediately brushing it off as crazy or as a hallucination. Because this is the subject matter. I'm claiming that some of these things, if not all of these things, are not hallucinations. But we need a certain frame from which we can talk about these things and see if we can decide whether they are what we usually call hallucinations or not. To simply ask, can this be created by the human brain, is not a good question. It's not a good question because the human mind is Turing complete. It's a computational system that can technically, in theory, render and simulate anything. So it's an infinitely elastic argument. If you're saying that you have a magic wand that can do anything, you don't get to then say, well, it must be this magic wand at work, because it doesn't explain anything. You have to talk about the specifics of how it actually is doing that. And this is a very complex conversation that will involve the neuroscience behind what the brain is doing when it's on DMT and when it's not on DMT and how it's experiencing reality itself. Is a very long and a very tedious conversation. But we have to start having it also from the perspective of our own experiences. And we have to stop ignoring people's accounts just because they sound a little outside of the realm of what we're used to accept as reality. By the way, anything that the truth might be, I'm open to it. If the case may be that what I'm about to tell you in the next clip is some kind of an effect that can be achieved when you do DMT a lot and then your brain produces some kind of a frame and then it utilizes utilizes DMT to construct those extremely coherent and continuous scenarios, I'm all for it. Let's talk about that. Let's find out how it's doing that. But there's definitely some abilities here that we're not talking about. And I want to get to the bottom of this. Now, I'm personally convinced that it's much more than that, but I'm always open being revised. So I hope you don't get triggered, because I'm not trying to convince you of anything. I'm simply telling you my account, and hopefully it can land as something that will make some people pause. I want to start a conversation that is constructive, that we can all participate in and talk to each other with respect and compassion. So all of that being said, sit back, relax, and enjoy the next clip. The reason I'm convinced we're in a simulation is because there's something that has shifted in my perception of the space after I built the laser. Now, this is where we're entering, you kind of have to take my word for it land. And because of that, I want everybody to understand that this next few minutes, I don't expect anybody to believe me or to take it on face value. Every time I smoke DMT now, I have a console that opens in my home. Oh, hey. So this is another point that I think we need to discuss a little deeper. So it is true that the laser by itself does not tell us that we live in a simulation, even though I would say that the content of what we're saying implies that very strongly. I arrived at a conclusion over years with a lot of different data points that collected into my perception of the situation. The hardest one to deliver is what I'm personally experiencing now that I'm doing DMT. Ever since I built the laser, about a couple of months after, something changed about my experience of the molecule. Now, this is a difficult point because nobody is under no obligation to take what I'm experiencing more seriously than just my personal experience. But because what I'm experiencing is so salient to me and so coherent and continuous over time, it made me think of what that means to actually experience something. Because yes, at the moment when I'm about to tell you, not a lot of people are experiencing it, but I'm experiencing it in a very realistic way. So there has to be some negotiation here that allows me to say what I'm experiencing without it being just brushed off as, well, you're hallucinating, because I think I can tell the difference. And I think most people can tell the difference, they just don't allow themselves to be trusted with that information. A couple of months after I built the laser, I smoked DMT and an object appeared in my room. Now, to anybody who's never done DMT, this is going to be on the verge of impossible to differentiate between anything they think hallucinations are and why this seems to be different. But to all the people who did try DMT, I can say that that object did not seem to belong in the family of visuals and things that I usually see on DMT, or if you talk to people, what people usually report to see on DMT. DMT encompasses a very large family of phenomena that you can experience while you're on it, but there's usually a signature of what things appear to be. So for example, in the DMT space, when you fully break through and you get into those like very high spaces, things are moving in a very particular way. And even though it's sometimes very difficult to distinguish each thing from another thing, it's nevertheless coherent to that moment of experience. So you can kind of make up that those things are, doing this thing and they interact with other things in that way. So there's some rules and some geometrical patterns that are clearly doing what they're doing. But nevertheless, it still belongs in family of things that it's a pretty crazy and confounding experience. The object I'm describing to you is I'm standing in my kitchen/living room, and it was like an egg-shaped thing that then I noticed it had other sections as well, almost like sections of the same thing. They all appeared at once. Some of them were on the floor. They looked like capsules, and the central capsule started opening up, and it almost sounded like it wanted to make the this futuristic sound kind of thing. It didn't. It was completely silent, but that's the motion that it was doing. And it started unfolding and opening up, and I was flabbergasted because I've never seen anything like this. One of the most interesting components about it is that it seemed completely there in the room with its own spatial coordinates, just like any other object. They have like a chair or a table in the room, and I can walk around it, and it would not depend on where my head is. So it's completely on its own side. It was space gray, very slick. It's the most beautifully designed thing I've ever seen in my life. I always say that Steve Jobs would flip in his grave if he would see that thing. And this thing kept on unfolding, and then from the middle, this podium came up, literally like a podium you would imagine, when somebody's giving a speech. And then from that podium, different screens came out and arranged themselves around me, and there was a pair of gloves on the right and a carousel of VR glasses on my left that was kind of like spinning like this. And it would take me a whole video just to talk about the specifics of what each one of those panels look like and what it does, and I don't mind doing that if people show interest. But for now, the important thing to say is that that thing is so realistic and so coherent. Imagine Tony Stark level augmented reality just opening in front of you. And here's the kicker. It has been happening 100% of the time since that day. Every time I smoke DMT, that thing opens up for me every single time. And again, we can talk about the functionality of this thing and how I can operate it with my attention, but it's always there. So take yourself through that. Put yourself in my shoes. The fact that it's always there for me, and you can say, well, now you're just hallucinating. I was like, I don't think so, because it's so repetitive. It's 100% of the time. And it is true that sometimes the panels
this sounds like bullshit. Anyway.
That come up from the podium are different, and there's like different, set of menus.
Yeah,
but I can recognize the different types of set of menus that come up. It's not like a haphazard kind of thing. This thing, the panels that I'm talking about, they're always exactly the same in the beginning, and then when the menus come up, they sometimes are different. Just like you would boot a laptop or a computer, and then there will be different menus, but the laptop is the same. Like the panels that appear are exactly the same. But put yourself in my shoes. What am I supposed to tell the world if I'm experiencing this? Am I supposed to just hide it and pretend like
you're a fucking schizo, mate? Yeah.
Well, that's just DMT though. That's when you smoke this stuff. We already have DMT naturally in us, but yeah, it makes you see things obviously. So That's what he's saying.
I mean that was just a fucking drug induced hallucination. I mean, that wasn't
Well,
about
to
the
you,
totem.
yeah. I mean, if he's seeing it every time, that's a bit. But yeah,
Yeah,
I don't know.
no. Hold on, Jackie. Do you believe he's seeing it every time? I mean, he could be just
he could be
as
just
I say,
saying it, but
yeah.
considering my experiences with reality, because I see reality change all the time, because I experience Mandela effects. So my experiences, my personal experiences with seeing reality change in different ways, allude to, and by the way, he doesn't believe in what I believe. Mandela effects are too far for him. Not he makes fun of me. He thinks it's ridiculous. He does not believe reality can change. He doesn't believe that. Why would the simulation change? He believes we're in a simulation, but why would it change? So he's not on board with my experiences, which is fine. That's fine.
What do you experience with Mandela effect?
I experience reality changes, storyline changes, things glitching out.
Do you know that guy, Jackie? The guy in the video who said he was a scientist and he was looking at a programmed laser on the wall and all that?
Yeah, I don't know that guy. He's just one of Danny's. I don't know if they're friends, but yeah, just some.
Do you know that guy?
Scientist.
He's been on the Joe Rogan podcast. He's been on the TikTok.
Okay.
I've saw his face before. I never forget a face. And he talks about how he's a body language expert. Like he works with the Central Intelligence Agency, and he shares with TikTok all different things. That's the same guy. I swear to God, it is. He was on he has a channel. Like they're saying they're a scientist. It could be MK Ultra type of stuff. If you're talking to this person with lasers and all this kind of
this laser thing? How long has this been going on? How old is that video?
A long time. That's an old video. Things have obviously progressed since then. And they're progressing quickly. But
if you claim to know him, that's the same guy.
Hold on
a second. I don't
know
who that guy is. I really don't know who he is. But I don't believe that they are. I talked to Danny. I talked to Danny on I don't believe that they're doing anything nefarious. I don't think there's anything wrong with it at all. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. If we are in a VR, what's wrong with that? Who cares? I don't care. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I think if there's a reaction that is negative, it actually tells me that I'm probably onto something and they're probably onto something if I'm getting a negative reaction. Because usually the truth gets squashed immediately. When the truth comes out, if people are scared and they respond negatively, that tells me, okay, there's probably something to it, in my opinion.
Who's responding
because
negatively?
The government typically, or
that is the government though. They're part of the government. That guy.
She reckons that guy worked for the CIA and he was a
he
body
does. He's been on the Joe Rogan show. People will know who it is. I'll be able to find him. And
the CIA has not.
That's the same guy.
Okay.
Well, so you're that the CIA is trying to convince us. They're not. They're not, because people who don't want to believe. People who don't want to believe.
One second, guys. If you could, you can do your research and find out whether it is the same guy, Dreamer, and literally bring up both videos side by side. You can do that and let us know. But before that, social experimentalist Danny, you've done psychedelics, haven't you? Have you ever seen anything?
Oh no, only in Portugal, because it's illegal to do them anywhere else, and I would never do anything illegal.
Right. And in Portugal, did you see anything aside from Portuguese people whilst you were doing these things that are illegal here?
I have to admit that I have. Because I didn't spend too much time in Portugal, so I didn't have much chance. So I only did DMT once, and nothing really happened.
Okay.
Have you ever known?
Sorry.
They call it blasting off. They call it blasting off. So you have to smoke at least 3 huge hits to actually to not be here, basically. The low
Chase
doses
you. Okay.
the low doses will get you. But anyways, it doesn't matter. Like it's all just different
I'd like to know
stages.
more about the Mandela effect. Can you give me?
I'll give you a
example?
personal one. I'll give you guys a personal one that no one else has, at least no one else that I know has experienced. So Keegan Allen is an actor. You guys probably have no idea who he is because he was in Pretty Little Liars and that's chick flick stuff, whatever. But yeah. So and I started talking to him like ages ago. Like not like started talking to him, but I tagged him in. Anyways, it's a long story, but like he's a normal whatever. But yeah, so I bought his photography book a long time ago, and he had a picture of a chandelier under a bridge in Amsterdam in that book. And it was labeled, the location underneath that he put there was Amsterdam. And I always thought it was really cool because I was like, what the hell is a chandelier doing under a bridge in Amsterdam? Amsterdam has those bridges that are circular and they have lights around the edge of it, whatever. And yeah, so this was like over like this like I don't know, like more than 10 years ago now. And yeah, I looked that up and it was there before. Whenever I look it up on Google, it was there. It was like a thing, a legit thing. It was very like this chandelier was like vintage, like probably 1800s style, warm yellow glow. And it was simple. It was a simple chandelier. It was not anything fancy, just simple old chandelier under the bridge. And yeah, I always thought it was cool because it was weird. And I saw that in his book. And then one day I remembered it. This is like after having many Mandela effect experiences. And I thought, yeah, it's gone. Before I even looked it up, I'm like, yeah, it's going to be gone. Because like I really liked it. And yeah, I wanted to go to Amsterdam one day and see it. I love the aesthetics of Amsterdam. I think it looks like a cool place to go. I know that there's some dodgy stuff there, red light district, whatever. But I think that the aesthetics generally are like pretty cool. And yeah, that chandelier just always stuck out to me, and whatever. And I was like, yeah, it's gone. Look it up, nowhere. I get my mum to the books in New Zealand. My parents in New Zealand at the time. Get her to flick through. She says it's not in there. I'm like, okay. Months later, they're back here. They've got the book. I checked the book myself. Would have been like 2-3 months ago. Yeah, it's not in there. So because before I just had to take my mum's word for it. I look in that book.
I'm just bringing up the point because you said you're experiencing Mandela effect, and you know that man, Chase Hughes. Like and they're obviously like you can't explain it, but I'm just saying,
I don't know who that man. I know Danny. I don't know who the scientist guy is. I know Danny, but they have nothing to do with Mandela effects. They don't even believe in Mandela effects. So that's a completely separate.
I bet because I've just said about the lasers that they're programmed and they're looking into, and they're talking about you people and all this.
Sorry, I'm just struggling to understand your accent a bit.
Yeah,
like,
I don't understand what you're saying.
Sorry. Not that I love it, but I just...
It's easy to understand. It's great.
It's a struggle. It's just very fast. And plus, like, my laptop speaker is not that high. If I, were to put on my Bluetooth speaker, it would just be there'd be an echo or something.
But anyways, Bonnie Lass, you just keep on talking like you want to.
No, you gotta smoke some DMT and put a laser beam into your ear.
No, I don't have to be MK Ultra. Thank you.
I don't think it's MK Ultra, but anyways, yeah. I was experiencing Mandela effects way before I knew about Danny Gola and DMT laser experiments, and they don't believe in Mandela effects. So it's got nothing to do with that.
How does it affect your life or our lives, or how does it?
It just happens. It just happens. It's like it. I think it's always happened. It's just that you have to have a really good memory, and you have to pay attention to details. You have to be detail oriented, and you have to have a really good memory so you can remember how things were before and then how they are now. And it is tricky, and I don't have a photographic memory. I would say it's in that arena. I would say I can look at a picture and I can get that visual, and then when it changes, my brain is like, yeah, that wasn't there, and stuff like that. But I'm aware of, you have to be aware of your failings. So when you get things mixed up, why you get things mixed up, like, oh, I remember that way, it's not from that movie, it's from that movie, whatever. So you have to be aware of all these different things, your failings with memory, your specific personal stuff like that, and then you have to realize where your strengths are, and you have to pay attention to details and really try and get the details stuck in your head. And then you have to keep checking things over and over again, replaying stuff. Like, I replay a lot of videos. I'm like, okay, I've got it. I've got the visual of that video. Watch it again. Okay, that's different. Whatever.
So is that similar to
Memorizing
the
what people
laser,
say.
like the laser experience? You're saying you're replaying videos, and
No, not
said when he watches the
not the
streams,
laser
like,
experience. This is nothing to do with
programming.
the laser. There's
You're being
nothing to do with
programmed.
it. Mandela effects have got nothing to do with the laser experiments at all. Literally nothing to do with it. I have nothing to do with the laser experiments. I've never smoked anything. Like, yeah, that's just something that they're seeing, code, and I'm seeing reality change. And so I'm trying to figure out what is going on for me by learning about what other people are experiencing. So I'm like, okay, well, there's an option, there's an option, there's an option. I'm not saying that what they're experiencing is the be all end all, but I also don't care. I also don't care if we're in a simulation and nothing is real, or it's only me and all of you are fake. I don't give a crap. Like, I'm not gonna, like, I don't know why people get so angry, and that is suspicious to me, when people get really angry about simulation and stuff, and they want to believe that their life is real, they want to believe that God is real and all that. It's just suspicious. It seems like, like there's some kind of, because there's always cover-ups with the Mandela effect too. There's these man excuses and all that sort of stuff. So it's like, why is there cover-ups? It's like that's where the thriller movie comes in, where it's like these entities are trying to make you feel like you're just insane, or like that, that gaslighting. It's pure. There's another aspect to Mandela effects, which is like pure gaslighting, and it really has that vibe where they'll just use anything and convince you that it's not, you're not actually remembering properly, and all this sort of stuff, and they'll get people to come after you.
I was going to ask about that. I like you seem to be saying that other people getting angry or reacting in a way that you don't appreciate, you seem to take that as a signal that you're on the path to truth, which I would challenge.
Yeah, I see that, because there's no reason why you would be angry at something that is what it is.
But
like,
I
why
see
would
this
you
a lot.
why
I
would
see
you
this
get
a lot on
so
social
upset
media
over
where people say, "Oh, you're so
like,
angry," so that means I'm telling the truth. It doesn't work that way. And
no,
as for the
I
gaslighting,
understand that. I understand
yeah,
that,
as
but
for the
it is
gaslighting,
suspicious.
how do you
It is
test? How do you test whether it's the
I tell you one
Mandela
thing.
effect?
I noticed that Jackie's been very, very polite in answering you. You have dogs.
Okay, that's true. Okay, you're right. I apologize. Sorry, Jackie.
What I mean is, she must be right.
Oh, right.
She bit her tongue there. She didn't get angry with you.
I just don't understand where the anger is coming from, is all. That's all I'm saying. Is that I don't understand it. That's all. Like,
That's fair.
I am autistic, by the way, just putting it out there. So there are some
I
things
was
that
going
I
to
don't
ask you, are you neurodivergent to some degree? Because,
yeah, I am. I am. So there are things I don't get.
Is there a possibility that you're seeing things that other people aren't seeing? Not necessarily
Oh, no,
because they're not real. No, hold on. Let me finish. Not necessarily because they're not real, but because you have some extra sensory ability that we don't have.
I don't believe that, no, because most of my Mandela effects, there are personal Mandela effects, like the chandelier. I gave you a personal one because, well, most people don't know what's going on in Amsterdam. I had an experience where I read a book, and I even asked the guy, and he remembers the chandelier being in it, like Keegan, but that was a personal one I gave you. But my other Mandela effects, other people have experienced. If you look up Reddit, Reddit posts on like the intestines and the other anatomy changes, other people have experienced that. A lot of people have experienced what I've experienced in regards to anatomy changes, like geography changes, like changes to my own country, flag changes as well, changes to the US flag, to the Australian flag. Other people have experienced that. There are other Aussies.
Oh yeah. I've heard that was it the Australian flag? Some people convinced had less stars or more stars. Can you tell
No,
us
no,
about
no.
that
Oh,
one?
the same star. Oh, oh yeah, the big star that is under the Union Jack was never there before at all. There was never a huge star under the Union Jack. The stars were also tilted. And people have posted these same changes on Reddit. You can look it up on Reddit. And I only looked it up on Reddit because I saw this change. I was looking at the flags for Mandela effects, right? And they were normal. The US flag was normal and the Australian flag was normal. Look at it again a couple weeks later, they're both different. I look it up on Reddit, and here's fresh off the bat Reddit post from years ago, 6 years ago. See, this is where everyone's on a different whatever. It doesn't even make any sense. I'm like, okay, well, 6 years ago, and not even just 6 years ago, a couple of weeks ago, everything was normal. Now it's not. So I look it up, and yep, they're talking about they've even created what they remember. So you can actually see how the Australian flag used to be with the stars tilted, not vertical, tilted. And there was no, some people remember, I think maybe some people think the star was smaller. I really don't remember there being a star at all, for me personally. So that was that. And the American flag.
One I heard was the Fruit of the Loom cornucopia. That some people convinced there was a cornucopia in the logo.
That's an American thing. That's an American thing. I don't know about that. I didn't even know about Fruit of the Loom before looking into the Mandela
You're
effect.
younger. You're probably you're only 33. So yeah, Fruit of the Loom was like around in the late 80s, probably early 90s.
I see.
It was
Well,
like
what about Sex in the City? Sex in the City and Sex and the City.
Well, yeah.
Yeah,
So for me, it was Sex and the City originally. Originally, it was Sex and the City, and then for months,
for me, it was Sex in the City, but it is Sex and the City, right?
I believe you because I was there for months in 2023. When I looked into the Mandela effect, it was Sex in the City, and I thought I was misremembering. I was like, I could have sworn it was Sex.
What is
and
it?
The City.
Is it Sex and the City?
No, now it is. It flip flops about all the
time.
Yeah,
but I think this is all just. I think it's because it kind of maybe it just sounds better and people just assume.
No. So what it was? No, you have to look up the official thing, and that's how you know. But it was for me, Sex and the City. Then it changed to Sex in the City for months. And I thought, because I was new, I thought I was misremembering. So I'm like, I remember Sex in the City, but it is currently Sex in the City. All the posts said it was Sex in the City. The official said, when you look it up, Google doesn't lie to you. It was Sex in the City. Like, it's not that's the official thing. When you look it up now, it says Sex and the City, and that's what it is. Go to the store, it's Sex in the City. And it's back to that. But for months, it was Sex in the City, and I thought I was misremembering. Now it is back to Sex in the City. And that happened with Fruit Loops as well. For like 2 days or something, it was FRUIT, Fruit Loops for me. I thought I was misremembering again. I was new, very new, and I thought, this is crazy. All the boxes on Google were FRUIT, Fruit Loops. I thought, this is insane. Like, I remember FROOT. Why the hell would you spell it correctly? That's stupid. It is stupid to spell Fruit Loops correctly because I'm not from there. So I was like, that's stupid.
This all goes. People are
So
asking, why does she care about this? This goes back to her believing that perhaps there are entities outside of us controlling reality and tormenting us. That's why she is speculating on all this.
Well, this is just
American Zombie is back. American Zombie, have you got any thoughts on Mandela effects or anything we've been talking about?
Yeah, I think Philip Dick was the one that he called it something different, and then a woman had produced, I think, a book on it. I think it's, it's kind of a fuzzy area because it's trying to tell us that, okay, things happened that we think happened that didn't actually happen, right? Is that the Mandela effect?
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah. So
I don't think that is. Is that correct? Can you just check?
I just want to make sure.
With Jackie, what would
you
say?
Jackie,
how would you define it?
Yeah, it's basically like you remember you remember things being different to how they are now. So
I mean, it literally started because of Nelson Mandela's funeral. In like the 2000s or so, people were
Well,
convinced that some people were convinced that Nelson Mandela had died in the 1980s, and they remember his funeral all over the news. And that was the kind of starting point where people started. That's why it's called the Mandela effect.
No, I mean, Cynthia Sue Larson has been talking about the Mandela effect since the 90s. There's actually reports of the Mandela effect going back in history now.
Yeah, I know, but the name, that's why it's got the name.
Oh, the name. Oh, yeah, I don't know. I'm just going to go to the bathroom. I'll be back. But yeah, just Max can talk about what he knows. Yeah, I'll be back.
I didn't know if she was going to expand upon it anymore. Yeah, it's like people, part of it could be like, okay, is it something to narrow it down that we were told or we experienced? So is it something that we experienced as a kid, and then now that we're older, we say, wait a minute, I thought it was something different, and now they're telling me is something that I don't remember it to be? Or can it also extend into something that we were being told as a kid in school that we didn't directly experience, that may be written in differently into the books today? Now, we know that does happen. We know, I mean, Trump administration, and I'm not political, Democrat or Republican, but a lot of people are saying that for the last couple of days, they've been rewriting the January 6th history from when he had his supporters go into the White House. We see this with the English Oxford Dictionary. I think terrorism 10 years ago or more, I think it was 2014, was intimidation by government. Now that definition has changed. Now, who is to find? Like, I'd have to look for screenshots. I'd have to talk to other radio show hosts, professional ones, not like us. And not to say that we're only less than somebody who's professional, but where they have shown this to where definitions of words have been changed. Growing up, I saw it myself in the schools. And,
okay, an interesting thing, Max Dow, is we spoke about this before. I made a video about it, and that is with the proliferation of AI and the movement away from books, physical reading material, the movement away from even cassette tapes, videos, DVDs, everything's going into the cloud. We are moving into a future where, the history, literature, everything can be changed by AI or by malevolent humans, so that, information is changed to suit whatever agendas are being pushed. And that is a scary possibility. It could be done in an almost indiscernible manner, because it could be just a word changed here or there over the course of years, until the truth becomes something else entirely, or the truth as we know it becomes something else,
or it's changed into something. This is what they.
That's what I'm getting at. Yeah.
And we can chart this. That's the most important thing. That scientifically we can go through the definition of words and see how they've been changed to benefit a system that keeps all of us in a cage where we're in a prison without walls. And every day, and this is why, like when Yerf Dog said, yes, I've written books and published them about language, about anagrams, about words that to him is kind of weird. But again, to somebody that doesn't understand what a nuclear reactor is, they might look at it as weird. It's a big, weird building, because they don't understand it. But when we look at the anagrams in these words, I'm saying this is kind of odd. Like when we first started speaking earlier today, I said, don't you find it odd that the woman's name is Good, Renee Good, and now this guy's name is Pretty or Pretty, or however they want to, so Pretty Good. When I saw that on a headline, I said, you got to be kidding me. There's people behind the scenes that have to be laughing about this. When I saw 9/11 happen in Manhattan, and then not even 8 years later, they're preaching Osama bin Laden, all of this stuff. And then to see a guy named Obama, Barack Hussein Obama, which is so close to Obama, Obama Biden, and then Osama bin Laden. And I'm saying, you've got to be kidding me. That after the 9/11,
Obama Biden.
Right?
Biden. He's talking about Biden.
Yeah,
Obama,
I know.
Biden.
I know, but this is the whole point with him. He just makes this shit up. It's all nonsense.
I'm just, well, see, this is again, he cannot talk without cursing because his parents never taught him.
Is Jackie back from the bathroom yet?
No. And it really gets
Yes,
me.
I'm
When
back.
I look at it, you should conduct yourself as an adult, not as an immature
Hey,
child.
zombie, go fuck yourself.
I didn't come. All right, fine. I'm glad you said that. Because
you're a wanker. You're just
you know
a
what that
fucking
comes from?
wanker.
You know what I've noticed? Men who act, or males, because you're not a man. Males who act like that. It comes from their unsuccessfulness in relationships.
Well,
So
that must be
relationships.
it.
The men who have the privilege of having relationships with women that they like act in a totally different manner. And the guys who are sexually frustrated act like you.
You've got me.
So this is
Wow.
an assessment of the way you act.
Free to honesty.
No, because I try to just talk
I think
about
that's
some
probably true,
knowledgeable
to be
stuff.
honest.
I try to talk about knowledgeable stuff, and then you come out like
You
this.
don't talk about knowledgeable
It
stuff.
seems
You
like
wank on
look,
making
Dad didn't give you
connections that don't
enough
exist.
attention as a child.
You are a
Stop
wanker.
seeking for your father. I am not your father.
Dog.
All right? I am not. So act
A
accordingly.
therapy session.
No, I'm tired because every time Yerf Dog has the curse, he had this. I have never once called him a slander or a curse. And all he does is curse and slander.
Guys,
And
why
when I
are you
look at this,
fighting? Why are you hating on each other? Why don't you just give each other space to talk? Like it's quite fun listening to you fight. But come on, like have a bit of respect for each other.
I agree.
know?
I agree.
Why
Seriously,
This guy
you know,
just
it's
wants
really.
on this.
I'll tell you what, we're going to bring Jackie back. Jackie went off.
bollocks.
What,
No,
you're
this
trying
is
to
the horrible thing.
psychoanalyze
No, this
him.
is horrible.
Rather
Dream
than
that this is
initially-
you are
You
horrible.
guys want to know what the US flag used to look like? Me?
Well, you know, it's really sad that it's horrible that nobody calls out this
And
behavior.
shocking.
That I have not cursed at anybody, but yet it's jokes and all of this
very
stuff.
unhelpful. It's very unhelpful
You've
because
gone low.
I
Hello, Bo, just
personally.
be sensible
Why
here.
do you why do you call him names? I have to agree. I personally think it's very far fetched to say that Obama and Osama. I don't go with that either. But there's no need to call him names.
We have a
That's
history,
silly.
Danny. This guy's a turd.
There is a history here. They have been at each other's throats. Now, I will say one thing. Maxed Out does it in a kind of like he doesn't say the overtly he is insulting Yerf Dogs, but he's not doing it in a brash manner. But it's still an insult.
How
Zombie.
is
You're
it an
still-
insult? Explain that to me.
Well, you have
Dude, you
said-
psychologize
No,
people. You
Yerf
talk
Dog, be
about my
quiet.
relationship with
Yerf
my
Dog,
father and
heal.
my bad
Putting 'em
childhood.
down.
And
Heal.
you call out people's
Sit
being a
down
man.
and
It's the same
heal.
kind of shit.
Stay quiet,
You're
Yerf
just
Dog.
attacking him, but like you haven't even listened
These
to
two,
him.
these two.
He doesn't. No, he's like an
No, I mean,
a bully.
I want to hear what DNW was trying to explain to me before
But you're
Yerf Dog
bullying. You're being a bully.
there's a clash of there's a different approaches. Now, you both clearly don't agree with each other.
Well, I have never insulted him, and I have not heard.
You just did.
Zombie. I don't think that's fair, brother. And I think you have, but you've done it in a. I would say.
Have I used profanity against
way.
him?
In
Have
a
I used any
covert manner. In a
profanity?
covert manner.
Have I used
could
any?
do You haven't done. You haven't used
when you
profanity.
can't
You haven't
find
used
something.
profanity.
When you can't
Profanity
find
is not the measure.
No, the lies. Brother Marcus, the cheerleader, has to come out here cheerleading. It's got to be when you can't find out what somebody did and you want to blame them for doing something wrong, you say, oh, it's covert. But you never have you once called him out for using profanity and calling me slurs. I've had to call that out.
I've never called
and
you
I've
a
had
slur.
Your dog be quiet. And I've had other
No, I
clowns
won't be
on the
quiet because you
show.
tell me to
I've
be
had
quiet.
other clowns on this show defend him and make jokes. You know
there
what?
is a long.
No.
I really can't be asked.
For me not to be part of this carnival, this circus, is to leave. Good day.
Goodbye.
Right, can we get back to the Mandela effect, please? Because
Let's talk about the flag.
What I'd like to know is, right, I mean, it is interesting. It's sort of interesting, but to me, I'm still just drawn to the question of, and so what? That's what I'm saying. Like, what's the practical implications of it?
It's like living in a volcano. Is it like snowing for you guys, or I wish? It's so hot here. Anyway, yeah. So the American flag, right? Do you know how there's scattered stars? Are you guys familiar with the American flag?
I couldn't remember where the stars were. I know that it looks like the New Zealand flag to me. They got some stars and a Union Jack. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay,
to me, they look the same. That's it. Go on.
Okay, well, you guys
That's a
probably won't
slur.
be able to relate.
I wouldn't be able to draw it if you asked me like to draw it.
Okay, well, basically, yeah. So there's no Americans here, I gather, but so there's scattered stars. But for me, I remember the American flag having horizontal rows of stars. And there is a flag like that is now in history. It's now the 1912 flag. Obviously, being an Australian, I didn't know the American history. I just went by what I saw every day for, since I can remember. Well, not every day, but you know what I mean? Like every year seeing the American flag. I mean, I watch a lot of American television, always have since I was a kid. The moon landing, it was on there, like all that sort of stuff. I'm not saying that's real or whatever. I know people don't believe in that, but just that's how the American flag always was like horizontal row stars. Now I don't know how many there were or whatever. I know that there's debates on people remember different amounts. I don't know. I never counted how many stars there were, but I do know that the 1912 flag in the American history is what I saw forever. And it's what I saw before when I was talking to Once Upon a Timeline. She has a YouTube channel. She does Mandela effects, and I was talking to her about the changes, because some people remember the colors of the stripes being different or whatever. And I just said, for me, the American flag looks the same. There's no differences. There might be more stars, I'm not sure, but it looks the same. And then 2 weeks later or whatever, I was like, okay, now I see it. The flag has changed. The scattered stars are there, and I've never seen scattered stars before. It was always horizontal rows. And she said to me that she also experienced that change. She agrees with me that changed, but for her it was a long time ago. So for me it was brand new. It's right off the bat, this happened within a couple of weeks. It changed recently, but for her it changed a long time ago. So she's an American. She lives in I'm not going to say where she lives, but she says where she lives, but she's in America. And yeah, so she remembers growing up seeing the flag that way, which obviously was not 1912. She's only 50 years old. So she remembers seeing, for most of her life, I'm guessing up until a point, the flag having horizontal rows and not scattered stars, and then it changed. So this is something where people are on a trajectory on the same thing, that we're just arriving at different times. And then I talked to Cynthia Sue Larson. She said that she hadn't seen it like that since the 70s. Okay, so for her it changed as well, but it changed even further back than evil. And then I talked to someone else in the community, not going to say their name, but and she also said that she experienced that, but many years ago. But for me, it's how is that even, I'm struggling to understand how it's possible that people are seeing things years ago that are changing recently for me. And another big one is Chucky for me. That was a recent change that people said, oh yeah, that changed years ago. And there's slides. So Chucky's overalls for me were plain, right? I'm a horror movie fan. They were plain. He had a red undershirt, but I really remember his overalls being plain. That's the huge thing for me. There was no rainbow colors.
Red and
yeah, red. Yeah, red for the undershirt and
maybe
for the
a bit
overalls.
of yellow somewhere. I don't know.
But that's what programming
I don't
Chucky
remember
and
yellow.
American
He was really
flags.
plain for
But what
me. He
about
was
in
really
your actual
plain.
experience, your personal experience of life? Have you experienced a real life Mandela effect? No, something that you saw external, on the television, Chucky, or anything like that. But
that's a good question. Have there been situations where
the book, this is all
a
external.
family event maybe a
Oh, like
story.
I've had like names of family members and stuff like change Mandela effect style, like the spelling,
When
like
has
or
this
people I
happened to
know.
you? When did this start?
But there's been there has been events I don't remember going to a penguin parade when I remember
Did it start
everything else
after
about
that
a
guy?
family vacation. Everything else about a family vacation, but I don't remember the penguin parade because for me, penguins were not walking around on the Australian beaches, little blue fairy penguins. No, what the hell are they? No. Penguins are from Antarctica. They belong in cool rooms, or they belong
No,
in Antarctica.
they're in South Africa, and they've actually been found in the
Now,
Congo. Believe it
yeah,
or not, they've been
yeah,
found in
now,
the Congo.
yeah. Yeah, now,
Well,
but before it was just they're from Antarctica, and I never went to any penguin parade. I have no memory of that. Sure, I was a kid, but I remember
there's
everything
different
else.
types of
Just
penguins.
not
So
that.
you're thinking of the emperor penguin. There's different types
Yeah,
of
but
penguins.
we didn't. But we didn't have fairy penguins when I was a kid. I'd never seen them, never heard of them. They're huge in Australia now, but I'd never heard of them. So that's one for me, and a lot of other people remember this as well, where like the situation with penguins were different. But that's a family one. But I've also had name changes. So Shelley, the name Shelley, I know someone who's. I'm not going to get into the family dynamics of this and the drama and all that sort of stuff and divorces and whatever. But anyways, yeah. So her name was Shelley without two e's. Normal for me, where like in that reality, Shelley was never spelled with two e's, and it's actually a Mandela effect in the community for Frankenstein, the writer of Frankenstein, which her name's Shelley. Apparently, I didn't know that. But I found out after the change happened to me with actually two Shelleys that I know who used to be Shelley without the extra E. And in the community, they were saying that this Shelley now has gained an extra E. And I thought, okay, well, I experienced that, and these people experienced this years ago. But for me, it was recent. For me, Shelley was spelled without two E's. That's normal. And that's how her name, the other chick's name, was spelled recently.
You haven't answered my question. You haven't answered my question. So what?
Oh, sorry. What was your question? Sorry,
so what? So what?
Oh, I'm just saying, these are just my experiences. He asked for my supernatural experience.
I'm saying what I'm just trying to understand. I don't understand what this means about anything. What does this?
Oh, I don't know either. This is just what I'm experiencing. I don't know either. I've had I'm just telling you the name changes that I've experienced. That's all. I'm just telling you.
Yeah, I know, but I'm not saying that.
Because she asked about the family,
The whole idea of Mandela effect. What does that actually?
No one knows. No one knows what it is. No one knows. No one knows. We have theories. People have a lot. There's so many different theories on the Mandela effect. But I don't know. I'm not all knowing. I don't know what's going on. I'm just reporting what I've experienced. Right. And then, but people throw the dyslexia thing as well, like Kieran with it was AI, now it's IE. People throw dyslexia at you, that angle. But it's like I never had any problems with spelling before ever. And then suddenly I've become aware of the Mandela effect and all these name changes, like Leslie, Leslie. Now it's Leslie. Whatever. Yeah,
when
it's like.
When did you become aware of this, Jackie? When did this start happening?
2023. I had no idea about any Mandela effect before 2023. I'm in and out of employment. Like obviously with autism, it's really hard to keep a job. So I spend a lot of time online, and especially in 2016, I was on Twitter a lot. Yeah, and I don't. Although I was working in 2016 , but
So who's this?
Yeah, I'd never heard of it. I'd never heard of it before that.
Who's Danny?
Who's Danny?
Yeah.
Danny Gola is the founder of the DMT experiment. He's not anything to do with Mandela effects. He doesn't believe in the Mandela effect. I've tried to tell him about it, that, it points to a simulation because these changes are happening.
What type of relationship do you have with him?
Just an online one where you talk online. That's it. I just talk to him. Like he goes live every day, and I don't join his lives every day, but at least once a week I'll join his lives, and I've talked to him on his members live when I've had a membership about the Mandela effect, and he had the same heated reaction. He's not like it. He's not for it. And he, even though he believes in the simulation, it's a separate thing. And he hasn't had any personal changes or experiences. He's had synchronicities and stuff like that. Lots of synchronicities and number ones, everyone, before, 444 and 111 came into the picture, it was just 666 for me. So I already knew a long time ago, like I've been in conspiracy circles since I was 14. So I started looking into MK Ultra and all that when I was 14. Okay, and I was a Christian for a while, and I saw 666 everywhere. Of course, Christians will tell you, oh, well, once you start noticing a number, it's going to appear everywhere. I don't buy it. When this number, this 666 used to be like everywhere. It still is, but you don't see it as often anymore as like 444 started coming in, after the Mandela effect. So it was like months after. And I started seeing 444 everywhere. I'm thinking, what is this? I have not experienced anything like this since 666. And now I'm seeing 444 everywhere. And then after that came 111. Now that's everywhere. And it's extreme. 666, yeah, that was everywhere. But it's 444 is insane. Like literally insane. It is like
do you feel insane,
me.
Jackie? How do you feel?
It's crazy.
Do you feel you're going insane with all these Mandela effects?
Not really. Not. I don't. I feel like that's the aim. I feel like that's the aim of them, maybe to make you feel like way. But I don't feel insane. I'm fascinated, and it keeps me entertained.
What's the aim
every day? I'm entertained.
That's the aim, to make you feel that way. So what you talking about?
Oh, I think that it's trolling. I think that it's mockery. I think that there's a sense of humor behind it. I think there's a trickster vibe to it. It could be just playful as well. Yeah, like people think that. A lot of people think that before me. Before I even came up with that, people were saying that it's trolling, that it's reality trolling.
Do you feel like you're being told, Jackie? You're being told?
It feels that way. It definitely gives off that vibe that these changes are trolling, like a just kind of meant to like kind of mock you or like annoy you or make you feel crazy or whatever. Like especially Fruit Loops. I mean, if you look on Reddit, there are hundreds of posts, hundreds of comments of people experiencing Fruit Loops flip flops. And yes, there are flip flops with like herbal essence and Sex and the City and other ones. So that may not be the best argument, but the fact that a lot of people are experiencing Fruit Loops and you kind of sound like a Fruit Loop saying it, I don't know, kind of gives some vibe. But that's kind of like weak compared to the other ones.
But... Who sounds like a Fruit Loop? Do you feel like you sound like a Fruit Loop?
Yeah, so that's what I mean. It's like all these people have reported it for years before me. People were reporting flip-flops with that. I just had the experience, and that's all I can attest to is that I saw boxes of Fruit Loops that were spelled FRUIT, and that's what I saw. That's just what I saw. You can say I'm wrong or whatever, but that's what I saw. And the arguments were flipped. So, and I've experienced a few flip-flops with herbal essence. That's only flipped. So it was herbal essence for me when I was using the shampoo a long time ago, and the most recent when I used herbal essence shampoo was in 2021. And in 2021, when I was using herbal essence, it was herbal essence, just like it always had been from when I was young, whatever. And now there is a time thing, but now it's been herbal essences since the 90s or something like that, like the early whatever. There's like some time thing where they do it used to be a herbal essence like before I was born or something, but that is not relevant to me because of my age. I saw herbal essence as a current thing in 2021, and that's how it was when I was younger as well. And now it's herbal essences. And I was laying in bed when I was just thinking about Mandela effect.
Is it herbal essences? I mean, you got me on that one. I never knew it was plural.
It's herbal essences now, and it has been for a long time in history. Yeah, it's herbal essences now, but for me, it was herbal essence.
Is that
and I decided to turn the bottle
the
around.
Reality that things change?
Yeah, is that literally? Maybe they literally just put an S on it. Like, is there any?
No, in history they did, but I don't think you understand what I'm saying. Like the history says that it was herbal essences within the time frame that I was born, and in 2021. So in 2021, they're saying that it was herbal essences. They're saying that it has been herbal essences for a very long time. So yeah, it did change in history, but I saw
why
it
is
as
this
herbal
freaking you
essence.
out? Because it's very mundane, Chucky.
I was
and
not
it makes
alive.
it-
I was not alive when it was herbal
that
essence.
that one might be explained, Jackie, because what it is your mum might have been buying the shampoo in the shop.
No, she wasn't. It wasn't when I was young though. It was in 2021. In 2021.
What I'm saying is the people around you might have been calling it herbal essence, even though it was herbal essence.
No, I saw it on the bottle. No one was saying it. No one was talking about what I was. No, I wasn't talking to anyone. I was just buying shampoo for myself. It was herbal essence for me, and a lot of other people have reported this as being a flip flop. A lot of people.
God, Divine, you are being a real. Divine has been a really negative Nelly tonight. She's hating the show tonight. She
I'm not negative. Can I sing you a song to cheer everybody
Divine,
up?
Divine. I'm talking about
Let me
Divine,
sing a
not
song
you.
to cheer everybody
Divine
up.
in the comments. Look, there's a comment. She wrote yawn. I'm not talking about you, Dreamer. For some reason, Divine is really, really.
There's another one, like avian water. It was avian water for me. Now it's Evian water. I was buying avian water.
No, it's always been Evian. It's always been Evian. Sorry.
Not for me. For you. For me, it was avian, and that's another Mandela effect.
I think if these things are always happening to you, I think there's a hint there.
No, to other people too. There's a video. I could literally send you a video where someone else has been talking about this years ago, that it was avian water. Someone else reported on it. Everything, most things, not everything, but most things I experience other people too. But you have to say
I remember when all Australians were cunts, but you seem to be okay, Jackie.
Yeah, I'm not. I try to be as respectful as possible. I'm not. I'm not here to attack anyone.
I really enjoyed you on the show tonight. I really
have
enjoyed you.
Yeah, thanks, mate.
Honestly,
yeah, I don't want
to.
Great.
It's great, and that was a joke, by the way, about the Australians. They're all right. But,
I get it.
They're not. Like, I have an overall impression. They're okay. I'm not going to say they're. I'm not overly delighted with them. But,
Yeah, I understand the Bogan culture and stuff is. Yeah, I've never been.
I was there.
Yeah.
I went to Australia. It was quite brash. Quite brash.
Yeah.
But what was I going to say? Jackie, it's great. Is there anything else you want to talk about tonight before we close the shop up? I mean, your channel is quite fun. You do kind of reviews and stuff. Yeah, next time you come on, you're welcome to share this stream, if you want to as well, because you've done that before. So you can click on. There's some way of doing it using the settings below. You could just stream it on your channel if you want.
Oh, yeah, cool.
But yeah, I don't know. What else is there to say? Dreamer of life, anything to say?
Remember when I told you not long ago, if you wanted somebody new to let me know, one day you will know how it feels. Payback is a dog. There you go.
That was very good.
She's a good singer, isn't she?
Yeah.
Definitely.
She's a very good singer. We discovered her here, so I'm going to get like at least 20%, of whatever her future earnings are. So best of luck, Dreamer of life. Do you do any professional singing? Have you done anything like have you ever thought about it?
No, like I just make music for like spiritual reasons, like I love to create, but it's not something that I would pursue. But it's a beautiful thing, really is.
Actually, I want to put something out there before we finish, and that is that obviously bringing it back to the most important thing, which is obviously procreation. But my son, who I've been trying to, all my children, trying to persuade them to not to reproduce, and he gave me a challenge. He said, like, you got to find me some antinatalist woman he can, get together with. He's 26. He's very smart, good looking, funny, and I don't know where to look.
Well, I don't think either. Dreamer's not an anti-natalist. Jackie, you're not an anti-natalist. I believe, Jackie, you're going the other way, right? You don't like.
I'm a lesbian. But
You're a lesbian.
I'm also anti-natalism. I tend to agree with, but I don't know. It's kind of like, if people can just glitch in and out of reality, are people even real? It's like, I don't really care, whatever. Like, if people want to have kids, who care? I don't know where I stand on that. But I have listened to the anti-natalist argument about, like, people who are suffering, and is it really moral to, because it's kind of like Russian roulette. You don't know what your kid's going to turn out like. Are they going to be like a psycho? Are they going to be disabled? Anyways, but yeah, I can see the argument there.
I'm also, although maybe you could help me, because there is a bounty that I'm offering £10,000 if anyone can convert my daughter and change her into a lesbian.
If she looks at pretty women and doesn't feel anything, then I don't know, it might be a lost cause.
Really?
I mean, it's kind of natural. It's like, if she's not already naturally looking at women like that, I don't know.
Damn. No, she's,
unfortunately, she might. Because sexuality is definitely a natural thing that typically can't be changed. I know people experiment and whatever. I don't know. It's
one
a
question
difficult
I
topic.
had for you, Jackie. One question I had for you. You keep going on about memories and of things that have happened before, and the reality changing. What's your earliest memory?
My earliest memory would be maybe when I was like 4 years old. I went to my grandma's house, and had like biscuits, like shortbread biscuits with jam in the middle, and her house was like green walls or something. That would probably be the earliest memory I have. But I have a lot of other memories from when I was like a little bit older, like asking my babysitter to help me read books, because I became like an avid reader. I think Harry Potter was the first novel I ever read. But so I have memories of like talking to my babysitter, of like my neighbors, like hanging out with I had friends from the neighborhood. So I have memories of hanging out with them, of I have a lot of memories. I'm not going to get into all of my childhood memories, but
Okay.
But yeah.
Are you sure she was your granny? That's a joke. Sorry, I never mind.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure.
Anything else, guys? Because I got to go to bed now. But anything else before we close up for the evening or the night or the morning, wherever you are? Yeah.
I just want to say, Jackie. I enjoyed it. It's totally out of my wheelhouse, and I don't agree with it. But cool, it was refreshing, and good job.
Yeah, thank you, man. Yeah, that's fine. I'm not.
Yeah, I enjoyed it as well, and I like the way you talk, and I enjoyed the learning about the lasers and the DMT, even though I don't know what the fuck's going on and whether I believe it. It was pretty cool.
I think you need to try some DMT. Have you ever done DMT?
No.
No. See, that's what I'm saying. I've never done it, so I can't speak from experience. I've had crazy dreams and sleep paralysis and stuff. But I've never. I saw an elf in my dream once. So I had a dream recently of an elf. It was really weird. It was like this guy was talking about his girlfriend at a service station, servo we call here, and I turn around and there's literally like an elf person, like a little elf person walking towards me. I was like, wow, that's kind of crazy. I don't know if like DMT is like creates our dreams or who knows, but because we have it inside of us, apparently we have DMT in us, and when we die it comes out and whatever.
It comes out of our pituitary gland apparently when we die.
Yeah, apparently. So it's natural. And it's,
so
I
think we should do a live where everybody has to be on DMT.
What you mean? We all have to die on the stream? I reckon social experimentalists would like that. But yeah,
Yes.
not just yeah.
Retro
yeah.
Doomsday says he's done it 20 times, he or
Oh
she.
my god. Oh my god. Yeah, it's
wow, that's a lot.
20
Yeah.
times.
Not bad.
Yeah, he has seen some crazy shit. He's told us before. He's seen some really crazy shit. The scariest one he told me about, he smoked, I think it must have been DMT he smoked, and he said he saw beyond the fabric of reality, and he saw that there were these, what he described as alligator heads. They were white, and they looked like alligator heads. Now, there were no arms or legs. They were just snapping alligator heads, and they were all white. And basically, they were eating his consciousness. When like he was aware of them, he was seeing them, and they were feasting on his consciousness in a big feeding frenzy. And not only were they feeding on his consciousness, but they were also eating each other. So it was a big, massive like feeding frenzy. Yeah,
Crazy.
that sounded terrifying. But yeah.
Do you know that there is like an albino? I think there's an albino crocodile or something. There's albino everything now. Like there's like what is it, leucism or something? There's that condition of basically everything that you can think of. Every animal, there's like a white version.
Well, they have
So
a lack
yeah,
of melanin, isn't it? Yeah.
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 Yeah. It's I
and
don't
then
know.
there's the opposite as well. I can't remember what it's called, but you get like really black, like squirrels and stuff.
Oh yeah, and they're like cannibals now or something. They're like meat eaters, squirrels.
They've always been, they've always eaten eggs and stuff and young chicks and stuff. Yeah, they've always done that.
Oh well, they're eating like full-on meat, but yeah, I don't know.
Sheep and deer do it as well. Sheep and deer do it as well.
Butterflies do it too. Butterflies' favorite meal is like roadkill.
Yeah, but humans are not meant to do it, you know.
What did you say?
Butterflies drink blood. Crazy.
Oleg says that alligator story isn't that far from what's going on in this already nightmarish reality, really. Retro said not recommended. I don't know. He did some crazy amount of drugs, and he says not recommended. Okay, thank you for that.
Well, yeah, it depends on who you are. Like, if you're the type of person who can handle that stuff, and you come back with an interesting trip that helps us kind of understand. Well, I don't know. I mean, it's just interesting. I find them interesting. They're entertaining at the very least, even if they're not accurate representations of what is going on in reality. They're so entertaining.
Oh, actually, you spend a lot of time like looking around online, and obviously you live on the other side of the world, and Australia seems to be pretty hardcore in terms of clamping down on citizens' rights and stuff. What do you think is going to happen in the short term, mid term, and long term on this planet with our species? Have you got any thoughts on that before we close the show? Take as long as you like.
I'm not sure what's going to happen. To be honest, I have no idea where it's going to head. If you're speaking, are they going to try what they did again? Was that a trial run? Are they going to come back for more? It could get really bad. Or it could just keep going and advancing. Technology keeps advancing. Like, I don't think necessarily that it's going to get better, depending on how you look at it, depending on what your perspective is. If there's technology coming out that can help us with healing or whatever, then that's going to be positive. But it's a little bit scary to think about, like, they're going to upload our consciousness to something when we die or whatever. Like, where certain things are heading, it seems a bit scary, but I don't know, whatever's going to happen is going to happen, I guess. I guess for me, because I believe in that anything can change, because I believe that reality is made up of the same properties of code or whatever is going on. I just hope that, you know, reality changes in more positive ways. And yeah, that eventually, like, the suffering that we experience now and the downgrades that we have, like, I hope that we just become more advanced in more helpful ways and not harmful ways. And that maybe we get some body upgrades, like anatomy upgrades. If our anatomy can change, hopefully we get better anatomy. You know, just more positivity and less negative, I guess. But I have no idea what's going to happen at all. It's all up in the air, really.
You follow David Pearce at all?
I've never heard of that person, no.
He's a transhumanist. He's a lovely guy, very smart. I
Okay.
think you'd quite like what he has to say. He speaks about body upgrades and stuff like that.
Well, that would be from a different sense. That would be them actually changing stuff in real time and whatever, but like as in like a non-Mandela effect way, whereas like magical changes is just you wake up and your thumb looks like it's broken or something. Like, so far I'm not really happy with at least the external changes. Like, I think people look at aliens, they have massive cheekbones, sucked in cheeks. Kind of looks ridiculous to me. So I'm not really liking the changes so far. The internal changes might be helpful, like bigger liver, you know, maybe the arrangement of certain things is helpful, but like, you know, moving the heart around and all that just seems like, what is that for? Like, what is the point of that? Like, it's not really
he's not into that. He's not into that. He's more into changing hedonic set point. So in other words, so that everybody would be it would be much easier for them to be happy.
Oh yeah, like I get that, and I've heard about that type of thing. So I am hoping for that as well, of course, like that there are more positive changes in that sense. But obviously, if we advance to a point where we don't even need any of that, that would be better. Like, because I'm sure if there's aliens or whatever out there, they don't need. They have their bodies are fine. I don't think they ever really need medical care. So if we can get to a point where we don't need medical care, we just kind of are so advanced, our bodies are so like there's like right now our bodies are terrible, you know what I mean, like subject to suffering, sickness, illness, whatever. Like, it's so, you know, just the level of pain we can feel. If, you know, we could just be totally free of pain and suffering and sickness and disease and all that, would be
It'd be
ideal.
even better than that, would just go extinct. No,
Would be what?
Just going extinct.
Oh, I don't know if that is a possibility. I'm not sure. I mean, maybe, but what if quantum immortality exists and we just die and then we just keep going and for infinity? What if infinity is there and we just can't ever really die? Maybe we can. I mean, look, I was playing soccer when I was younger, in my younger years, and got a ball to the head. Didn't see a thing. Got knocked out. I mean, I didn't die, but I didn't see anything, and then I just came to. Maybe I forgot, because there's the whole memory wipe thing. Of course, there's a possibility that entities wiped my memory, but there's also the possibility that when we die, that there's literally just nothing at all. And that's obviously a possibility, and like maybe it is better that we all just go extinct, sure. But what if quantum immortality exists? Because there's a lot of people who say, you know, that they had a near-death experience and then now they're in a different reality. I mean, if you look on Reddit, there's so many people talking about their near-death experiences and, oh, now I'm somewhere different and things are different, and I don't know. It's all personal experience, isn't it?
It seems that way. It's all subjective opinions and outlooks.
Very subjective, yes. Yes, it's hard because it's like you can have your own personal experiences and other people have their own experiences and they contradict and conflict sometimes. So it's hard to get to the ultimate truth when everyone is literally having vastly different like experiences in some sense. Like, obviously you can have the same similar experiences as someone else, but there's other people who are having very different ones, and it's hard to kind of get to. And sometimes you can have the same experience as someone, but a different experience with something else, and it's very subjective. Like everyone's living in their own kind of reality bubbles, and then there's interpretation too, because someone else can have an experience and I could interpret it a certain way, but they're interpreting it like differently. Like I'll give one example with DMT. People talk about getting flipped off by jesters a lot. Like, oh, these jesters are flipping me off, giving me the finger, they're rude, whatever. They call people retards, whatever. And to me, if someone flips you off, that only means one thing: fuck you, I don't like you. I just don't like you. That's all it means. It doesn't mean anything else if someone flips you off. But to these people, they try and see the positive. Oh, they're just trying to tell me to lighten up, not take life so seriously. They're trying to teach me to not take life so seriously. And I
So you're telling me that a lot of people see jesters when they
flipping them off. Yeah, Joe Rogan is one of them, but a lot of people do report seeing jesters.
What, Joe Rogan sees jesters when he does DMT?
He has done once. He saw jesters giving him the finger, and I already knew about that before I watched him, because people report that on Reddit and other places. And Danny's never
weird.
Seen that, but
it's actually very creepy, isn't it? It's really fucking creepy in a way.
It is. It is creepy. It is a little concerning, but yeah, people see carnivals, circus themes. Even paranormal investigators. I've heard circus music in one of their devices. The person using it, though, doesn't believe in any of that, and she just kind of just brushed it off, and didn't really take my. But I heard it on her thing. But and this is an Australian woman, just like an older Brisbane disabled woman, was going around with a device trying to talk to ghosts, and she has a more positive outlook. But I'm just thinking, why is there circus music coming out of your paranormal device?
Creepy. No wonder people are terrified of clowns. Anybody want to come on? You can chat backstage after I've ended the show. The link is there. You can come on now in the next literal minute while people are giving their final goodbyes for this show. I suppose Dogs, you can say, Dogs, what do you want to say when we're closing this stream? You can stay on, Jackie, if you want, and chat backstage. It's up to you. Dogs, you got anything to say in closing?
Yeah, it's just when you guys go live, it's like 3 a.m. I see you at 3 a.m. and I'm like, oh, I'm going to bed. So but yeah, I will. Although I will join next time, even if it is 3 a.m. Like I'll be alright. It'll be fine. But yeah,
well,
sure. Anyways.
Turn your notifications on, Jackie, with the yeah. Okay, Dogs, did you want to say anything in closing for the night or for the day, wherever it is, wherever?
No. Like I said before, this is normally I'd be jumping on this, but I don't know, for some reason it was just weirdly interesting to listen to. So there you go.
Okay, Danny, do you want to say anything?
No, I'm fine, thanks.
Okay, Dreamer, do you want to say anything?
It was really interesting, and I'll just say so long, farewell.
Sound of music, love it.
Lovely. Brother Marcus just came in. I'll give him a word if he wants to say something.
Just have a good night.
Nice one. And Jackie, seeing as it's your first time here, you can say whatever you want. It doesn't have to be about what we were talking about. Say whatever you want, and then we'll close the show.
Oh, that's it. I'm okay. Yeah, that's pretty much all I have to say for this one. So we can go.
Nice one. All right, everybody.